Are you ready?
Clear.
It's time for a live stream.
You are privileged AF.
It's important to remember that.
It's okay to cry.
And it's also common to experience
deep belly laughs.
Hi, I'm Keya.
Why does this sound cold every second?
If you like jokes about scams, spirituality, and toxic positivity,
It's so quantum.
This is actually legit.
it's time to tune into.
The mango frequency.
Wait, what?
So let's dive right in.
Got my celery juice right here.
I am not emotionally stable.
I'm so sorry. Hi, everybody. I swear I put my alarm on. I took a wee little nap, okay? I just took one little tiny little nap on my little tiny couch, my little innocent, just little couch after working today. And I was like, you know what? I'll set it for 4 o'clock. That way I'll be awake. And guess what? Guess who didn't do it right? I don't know. I just woke up and it was 5 o'clock. I'm like, oh shit. I'm late. So I apologize. I have no good excuse. It was actually my team though. My team set my alarm and my team said I could nap. They said I had ample time. They said they would slow the quantum field down for me. And apparently that was not what I had hired them to do. So we really know who is truly to blame here. Am I right? Or am I right? But we're here. We're here. And look, I even woke up early this morning at like 6:30 in the morning to try today. And the trying remains in both my hair and face. So there you go. That's why I'm tired. That's why I'm tired. I tried today. Oh, thank you guys. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Happy Friday. We made it. We almost didn't make it, but we did make it. So we're here. And ironically, I guess the irony is not lost on me that we're going to be talking about Rachel Hollis postponing and then canceling her tour. Not her tour. Just tour. And then we're also going to watch, maybe finally for the last time, if I get sick of it after this last experience, Heidi Powell interviewing a book medium for no reason on her white couch as she progressively gets a darker shirt on. And that's what's on the docket today. We're just going full hog into Hollisville these days. And it's okay. It's because I need naps. There's lots of stuff going on in the world. I have no comments about it. I don't know anything. All I know is, this one tiny sliver of the world, which is not even a real world, which is a fake world that we've created here on YouTube, And that's what I have to offer. And that's what I will be offering today. So thank you to Asari Shepherd right off the bat. Thank you so much to Asari Shepherd. Asari Shepherd says, Sisterhood of the Traveling Peed in Pants. What?
Peed my pants.
You did what?
Peed my pants.
You can hear that, right? Also,
Unfollow me.
Also, this is one we're going to have to listen to a lot today.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't get sick.
Just keep that in mind. Every time you think you understand what's going on with Rachel Hollis, just think this.
Oh, no, it's okay. I don't get sick.
She is always in control. Also,
I am not a medical authority, but.
And also,
you are not required to get the flu this year.
So because you're not required to get the flu this year, everybody, she chose not to show up to be there for us. Just keep that in mind. Thank you, Asari Shepherd. I appreciate you. Okay. And also thank you to JB. JB, thank you so much. JB says, take a minute later and read our fun comments above. No. Okay, well. I can't bear it. I can't bear what you guys must have thought for 20 minutes of where I was, what I was doing, all the fun opportunities that I was pursuing that I was actually not.
Dumbass.
That's what it just says repeatedly. Keya is a
dumbass.
And also,
it is what it is.
That's what I said via my couch. I also live on Heidi Powell's couch now. This is the couch that I was sleeping on. And I have a love poster behind it with hearts on it. You guys get it. You guys know.
Oh, okay. Cult. Whatever.
Thank you, JP. I will do that. I promise. I will look back. I always do look back, honestly. Like after the stream's over, I go back and watch the beginning to see how it was because it's been like 6 hours usually. Not really. It's like 4 hours. And I'm like, what? How is the beginning of this? How did this start? And then I read the comments and I always find it fun. All right. So where do we begin? Let's like open up Google, I guess. Like what is this? Where am I? Let me Let me open up Google and let me go to Rachel Hollis tour. Now I got a DM from a fine person whose fine sibling got a ticket to the tour. And they were emailed, allegedly. I got the text version of what was said, and I will read that out loud. But basically, the tour was postponed. Okay, and then it was canceled. It was postponed and then canceled. And the reason given was illness, which is very ironic because we all know Rachel Hollis does not get sick. She chooses not to, and you should also choose not to get sick. So I don't know what's going on with her. I don't know what the heck's going on with her, this girl. But let's just take a look-see here at her website. My favorite website of all time. I have to stay connected to her. I must. I'm much too connected at this point, actually. Thank you, Rachel. So this is her new and improved website. So she's got some updated stuff. She's had a lot of old stuff on here for a long, long time. So how I balanced my hormones, that if you don't know is a falsity, basically in the way that she says it is, I had seeds and then I ate them and now I'm balanced, whatever that means. But here it is, Rachel Hollis podcast tour, only 2 shows left. Grab your tickets. Those 2 shows are the ones in question here. So as you can see too from the poster here, she's in pain. She's hiding the vampire bite on her arm. That's actually probably, she's slowly transitioning. She's trying to hide it from the public. Thankfully, she's so caring. She doesn't want us to know she has been bitten by a live vampiress. So it says, so the tour, if you remember correctly, the first 2 stops were sold out. That was LA and New York.
Oh, okay.
And that was back in June. Oh, thank you. Lynn Sanders. Thank you so much. Lynn Sanders says nothing. She says nothing, right?
Nothing!
And that's okay. Sometimes you don't have to say anything to make the biggest impact, is what I always say as a guru. Thank you very much.
This is gold, straight up.
Literally gold. For real. I could transfer the funds into gold nuggets, and I will.
No big deal.
Thank you, Lenny. I appreciate it. Okay, so then we have a June 20th. This has been the longest tour ever. And she said that it was going to be long because she didn't want to be away from her kids for that long. But it actually turns out that she was away from her kids quite a bit. So let's see. Her kids went to camp, including her youngest daughter was in camp for the first time ever. She revealed that on her podcast this summer. And she went to Spain for what was supposed to be 2 weeks and hiking the Camino, what's it called? My God, I'm dying. The Camino, basically, the pilgrimage in Spain. And she made it a total of 2 days. And then she was also like traveling. They moved to LA this summer. A lot's been going on in Rachel Hollis's life this summer. So June 21st in Arizona, June 29th, Salt Lake City, Boston was July, Toronto was July, and then August was Nashville, August 4th was Atlanta, then Sacramento. I didn't hear anything about Sacramento. I don't remember hearing a peep. And then the last 2 dates, these October dates, Minneapolis and Chicago. These are the ones that were postponed and then canceled. But if you click on here, it's been taken off the website. So they are not letting you buy any more tickets or to even know what it was about. And she hasn't addressed it via her Instagram, which I sort of find surprising. She sent an email out, and I'll read you the email. But she had, that's only if you bought a ticket. So I guess if you're not a ticket holder, then you don't need to be privy to this information, which I suppose is fair, I guess. But it's just like, I'm the most open person ever. And she's not like loving on us to tell us what's going on other than, you can no longer buy tickets, I guess, because the link is gone. And I love how the URL is msrachelhollis.com/tour. Okay, so let me pull up my Instagram. Hold on, everybody. I'm going to read you what it said.
Oh, okay. Colts.
Okay. And I hope this is okay to read this. I'm not going to say who sent it to me, but you know who you are. I appreciate it. I don't want to out you unless you want me to out you. But I appreciate you sending me this. And thank you to Sahari Monster. Thank you so much. Sahari Monster chose a sleeping face. Same. It's going to have to rev up. I had coffee like 20 hours ago.
It's hot as balls.
It's actually a little chilly.
Am I the only one?
Am I the only one who's ever slept before?
I was thinking about what I was thinking about.
Mm-hmm. Amen, Rachel. Thank you, Sahari. Okay, so let's go back. So this viewer says her sister had tickets to the show in Minneapolis. So that was the second to last one. And this is the email that the theater sent. But it's via the theater, but it got sent to Rachel. Or from, as Rachel, they sent this email. Because she signs her name, XORach, at the end. It says, "Dear fans, we regret to let you know that due to illness, the Rachel Hollis show at the Pantages Theater in Minneapolis has been canceled. All ticket holders will be refunded by their point of purchase to the method of payment used for the purchase. This show..."
Okay. Colts.
Thank you. This show was originally scheduled on Thursday, October 19th and was postponed to Friday, October 27th. Unfortunately, Rachel is still unable to perform and must cancel this show.
Colts.
Please see below for a statement from the artist. And it says, "Guys, I'm so devastated to have to cancel my last 2 shows of tour. I truly thought I'd be well again and able to perform by this week, but I'm still coughing so badly it would be impossible to speak on stage for 2 hours." What does Louise Hay say? Someone call her spirit. we need to channel her right now. What Louise Hay says, if you're coughing so badly you cannot perform for 2 weeks for an hour to talk about your period, that probably means something that God is trying to tell you, or the universe is sending a very direct message to you, Rachel. Then she says, rather than postpone again and disrupt your schedules further, I thought it would be best to cancel with as much notice as possible. I'm truly so sorry for the inconvenience. Now, I think, though, with as much notice as possible, I'm pretty sure it was like not that much notice, but I could be wrong. I don't even know what the date is. Today's the 27th. I'm assuming, I don't know when this email came out, but the event was supposed to be today. And I think it might have been sent out like yesterday, so maybe they got like a day notice. But I know people on Facebook, which we're about to go read about, were driving 6 hours to go see this, allegedly. I find that hard to believe. I'm like, are you trolling? Are you guys serious? Like, who is driving 6 hours to see Rachel Hollis talk about, did you know that if a guy had a period, it would be like so weird and funny? It'd be like so weird if they had like blood. Okay, bye. Good luck. I believe in you. I love you. Also, but let's just take a look. See, her Facebook is the place to be. But first, before I get too far down the line here, thank you to Clarity. Clarity says, nap fund. Nap. This is what I need.
I had this awakening in my kitchen.
I had a slumber in my living room and an awakening in my kitchen.
Are you friggin' bonker pants?
Thank you, Clarity. I appreciate that, and I will use that to sleep tonight. And Rebecca J. Kelly, author, thank you so much. Rebecca J. Kelly -- author says, Grandma has lung cancer. And if you're like, what? Why would you say that? Well, it makes sense. Okay? It makes sense because
Grandma has lung cancer.
that's what the spirits told Anthony, who's also known as the medical medium. And that's how you know that he's legit, because he told a little 4-year-old boy that his grandma had lung cancer.
Grandma has lung cancer.
And the source of that is Trust Me, Bro. Also,
The mango frequency.
that's a bonus. And thank you to Rachel Diamond. Rachel Diamond, thank you so much. Rachel says, you think someone who can control illness would do so when it affects her wallet. Yeah, you would think so, right? You'd think if you could control all things, including your hormone balancing and your illnesses and all those things and your happiness, and all of that is in your control, and you're making millions of dollars, apparently, by teaching others how to do it, you think you wouldn't allow it to overtake your life on these very special occasions. It's almost as if it's all bullshit.
Colts.
Clear.
She just needed one virtual energy clearing session, and she would have been good to go.
Okay,
Come on, girlie.
Colts.
Like, what's going on here? We all know that just belief, someone going like this, la, 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 and like a couple drops of some essential oil, and you'd be back to business. That cures all. I don't know what's going on here, guys. I don't know. Let's all send healing vibes to Rachel, and maybe she'll get back on stage, and maybe she'll uncancel her cancel event. We'll see. Thank you, Rachel. Oh wait, sorry, I didn't put yours up. Burp. There you go. There it is. Oh my God. There it is. It's real. And also to Southern Belle. Southern Belle. Are you a Southern Belle from Canada? Southern Belle says, Keya, okay, how to start? Where do we begin? Let's open up Google, I guess. Like, what is this? Where am I? That 5 seconds thought process, highly relatable. Keya, and I feel seen. And we're only getting started. We're only just beginning, okay? And also, let's all take a second, and I'm serious. I'm going to show you the Facebook in 1 second, but let's just breathe. Let's just all forgive me for this horrible mistake I've made. My spirit guides told me I had more time to sleep. and they lied, and now we're here criticizing her once again. And there's also a bug flying around, but we're gonna let that thought float away like a feather. Okay.
Do you see things the way I do, or do you see them wrongly?
Thank you, A Southern Belle. I appreciate that. And thank you for that moment of zen. I also appreciate that as well. Okay, here we go. Facebook, my favorite platform for my psychosis. Okay. It really feeds my delusions, this app. Facebook, I mean. Okay. So this is from August. This is a recap of San Diego. It says, we had a DJ, we had a dance party, we sang Lil Jon, we talked about bikini waxes and boobs and about my stretch marks a lot. We laughed and laughed and laughed. What a freaking blast. That sounds like a psychopath's like manifesto. How are you making money these days? I talked about myself and sang a song. Aren't you a 40-year-old woman? Millionaire? Yeah. Thank you for coming out to hang with me. I love you guys so much. Next cities on tour, announcing tomorrow. Canceled. And let's see. There was people who were commenting. I wonder if they deleted them. People are just saying, woo, got to see you in Sacramento. And then spam. Come to Bakersfield, California. Spam. Can't believe I missed it. Spam. This person, Jackson Nicholas, is like really wanting to tell you that he can refer you to become an awesome income earner. I guess, yeah, I don't know where these comments are. I'll have to go on Reddit to find them because these are all just old things. I don't see any of the new shiz, life-changing shiz. Like, where is everybody? Where's the I canceled the tour posts that I was promised? Very suspicious, very sus. Give me a second. Let's go on Reddit. That's where the real action happens. Because people were saying that they did, travel quite a bit. If you don't know what Reddit is a website which you can talk about people. And it's not like a conversation on a phone where you're speaking. It's where you text. Love it. I love Reddit. I love it so much. Okay, here we go. And also this is the cancellation from the Hennepin Theater. And this is what it says. This is a Friday one at the Pantages Theater. I don't know. There's so many theater names. I don't get it. Pantages, Hennepin. The thing is canceled. All right. And then let's see. This is on Facebook. Thank you to this Redditor who posted this. Someone says, sadly, we drive 6 hours to see Rachel in Minneapolis and she canceled 4 hours before the show. Super sad. So that was last time. So she rescheduled it, right? So that was because this is from 6 days ago. After reading several of her books and watching hours of her podcasts over the years, I was really excited to see her in person. I agree. I drove 4.5 hours and was disappointed of her show being canceled. And then it says, it got rescheduled here in Chicago on Friday to today, and now I see canceled. So I guess she gave no time to the postponement and then just straight up canceled it. Now, some people are speculating, all right, that she just didn't sell enough tickets. And that is definitely possible. She's not known for selling tickets in the last couple of years. She is known for actually not having a lot of ticket sales. And I'm always surprised that even like she's doing these shows at a small theater with half of it open. Like she would know by now that her time is sort of But okay, here's another thing on Ticketmaster. It just says that it is canceled. And someone commented, how about a heartfelt apology to your fans who drove from another state that you canceled with almost no notice? I'm a huge fan and I'm so frustrated with how this was handled. We are out of a ton of money between taking vacation, hotel room, gas, doggy daycare. For you to give 3 hours notice is ridiculous. You can say reschedule, but for some of us, that doesn't work. True. But also, what are you doing going to this event? Let me just ask you that, person. I feel your pain, but I also don't understand your pain.
Okay, Colts.
Thank you. Oh, this is the old one. Thank you. Oh, A Southern Belle. Yes, Canadian here. You pronounced it. Canadian A. Did you know that I have also lived in Canada for one time of my life when I was 9 and 10 years old?
One of the things that fascinates me about you is that you're from Canada.
That's what everyone always says to me. That's what everyone says about me. Also,
We have a lot of really great friends from Canada.
thank you. Canadians are welcome here. Baby Rupert's dad. Thank you, Baby Rupert's dad. Baby Rupert's dad says medium M 2022. Trust me, bro. Celery juice press. All of medical medium's information makes a lot of sense if you just don't listen to it.
Got my celery juice right here.
Pro celery, anti egg. That's all you need to know.
Nobody blames the egg. The medical industry is involved with why eggs are bad. Gonna have to actually drink a little celery juice. Keep me going here.
Me too. Please, someone send me celery juice. I need a little boost. I need a little celery in my veins. And finally, Beth Peters. Thank you so much. Beth Peters chose a coffee cup with the words tired. Hell yeah. We all are tired, man. We're tired of the bullshit. We're tired of being told that we don't need to get sick and then we get sick.
Oh, okay.
Or it's some other thing that's going on that she'll reveal later in a 4-hour podcast episode split between 6 different platforms, and we'll get little dribbles of information and how it's never her fault.
Colts.
That's what I know for sure.
Most pilgrims are not bougie bitches like me.
She's probably on a pilgrimage or something.
Your girl is a bougie bitch.
Thank you, Beth. Okay, so let's see. Give me 1 second. So she said that she had bronchitis. Now I'm trying to remember where that information lives because I remember reading it. And if it's not on Reddit, then where the heck would it be from? Okay, wait. Oh, here it is. Okay, it was on her email. I found it. A minute. I'm on it. Here it is. Oops. I gotta be on this side today. I like this side better. So this is the original postponement announcement via her email. Okay. Hello and happy Sunday, my friend. Hi, guys. I hope this note finds you well, or at least feeling better than I am. I've been taken down by a horrendous bronchial infection. Bronchial? I'm assuming bronchitis is what that is, but I don't know how to pronounce it. Horrendous bronchial infection, which is awful because A, I never get sick, so I'm terrible at it. Shut up. What are you even saying? Like, oh, people who are sick are just good at being sick. Oh, those people, they just practice their whole lives. Those are the victims out there. They are just so good at being sick. Unlike me, I am so healthy that when I get sick by my own choice, according to my own philosophy, I struggle. Everyone else is just thriving with their illnesses. Okay, great. I never get sick. Hold on. This just reminds me of this one.
Am I the only hippie?
Am I the only person who doesn't feel good when they are not feeling good? No, I'm actually the only one that feels pain. Okay, she's been taken down, which is awful because A, I never get sick, so I'm terrible at it. And B, it forced me to postpone both my podcast tour shows until next week. Okay, which then turned into be canceled. I'm so sorry again. Okay, when did you say sorry the first time? You didn't say sorry in this paragraph, but all right. I'm so sorry again to everyone who was inconvenienced by the change up. I promise I'm taking all the supplements and drinking gallons of hot ginger tea so I can come in this week with full energy for y'all in Chicago and Minneapolis. Okay, and there's links. Until then, we've got a new video up on YouTube called 8 Ways to Make Any Space Feel More Like Home. This is a collection of my best advice for making your place feel more homey and cozy. Most of the ideas are pretty easy to pull off and likely things you absolutely already have laying around. tap below to check it out. I'm like nervous to click on how boring this video probably is. Did you know you can have a refrigerator, and that is where you store your vegetables and other items of food? Like what tips? Why are we making these videos? And I'm also suspicious because this seems to be, I haven't watched it, but it seems like it might be she's like, oh, I've it says a collection of my best advice. I don't know if it's old advice that she's like montaged together, because like, what's going on? Where is she? Because I feel like a lot of her podcast episodes are pre-recorded, like batched in advance. So she might be like MIA for a month. Maybe something else is going on. That was my original thought. Like something more serious or something more like she's breaking up boo thing. Something else is going on with her, you know, health-wise or something. And she's using this like, I have a cough as sort of an excuse to buy more time perhaps. But I don't know, obviously, for real. And this says, there's also so many fun things to explore on the website, from great old recipes back in my blogger days to new posts about how I balanced my hormones or my strategies to being massively productive no matter how much time you have to work with. Tap the link below to explore. Back soon with more ideas to share and hopefully no cough. Until then, as always, I love you and I'm rooting for you. I just find this to be very un-Rachel Hollis-like to say, and hopefully no cough. I thought as boss babe bitches, we decide when we're going to stop coughing. We allow ourselves to feel what we feel inside, right? We allow our universe. We create our universe. That's what I heard via the last 2 years. We are the captains of our own ship. So why are you saying hopefully? We are in control of this. Stop giving in to the enemy that wants you to cough, right? Am I right? Okay, let me click on the link. This is Chicago. Sorry, there are no Rachel Hollis dates. Wah, wah, wah. Wee, wee, wee. And then Minneapolis. Let's click it. What am I saying? Okay. I'm going to pull up the seat map because that's one of my favorite things to show always when talking about events. But this one just says, unfortunately, the event organizer has had to cancel your event. No action is required to obtain a refund. It will be processed to the original method of your payment used at time of purchase once funds are received, which is usually completed within 30 days. And this is the map. You can't see it anymore. But, of course, once again, Reddit comes to the rescue. Reddit to the rescue. And this time, it's my own personal Reddit. The membership Reddit. Plug for joining the membership. You don't have to join. But if you want to, by all means. By all means. We have people screenshotting maps. We have people screenshotting maps in there all day long. That's actually what it is for. Let me see. Here it is. And this is from a member. One of my favorite members of all time. Speculating about why they had to reschedule. And then, but this is the image that they shared, that this was, so all of the gray spots are the sold tickets and the blues are available. But I don't know. The speculation was, okay, she didn't sell enough tickets, so she's embarrassed and she's going to just cancel instead of going and having there be videos and photos of no one there. But this is about the amount of people who are at her last tour, the one I went to, that, you know, everyone just moved up to the front and they filled it in and made it look like, ooh, there's so many people here, with strategic videography and photography. So I don't know. I think this is enough tickets sold, more than I would imagine they're being sold still, based on her popularity. But yeah, I don't know. I think she might be really sick, honestly. And that's my speculation, that she is actually sick, but also she didn't sell that many tickets, or I don't know. To be honest, I feel like I'm at a loss. I always feel like I knew before, like what was going on with her and what her next move was. I don't know any longer. I have no clue. She was going down the hippie route, right? She was going down that, like, I'm going to channel and go to a retreat and meditate. And then that just didn't seem to stick, didn't really seem to resonate with anybody. And then she cut that, started getting her nails back, you know, started doing her extensions again and cutting her hair and whatever. doing full glam makeup again. And so then she was going in that direction. Then she did a tour, which I don't understand what this is. It was supposed to be a practice tour for the real tour. And then I don't know. And now I have no idea what she's thinking. And she's got another new podcast called Start Today, which is the old ideas of like, you can do it, girlies, be an entrepreneur again. So even though she said she was going to write a screenplay. So I'm just confused. I think she's confused about what her brand is. No one knows anything. She doesn't have a team anymore to blame. So she's running out of scapegoats to blame. So do we want to watch her YouTube video by chance? Are we into that? Or do we want to go straight to Heidi? Because we could watch Make Your Space. It's 14 minutes. Let's watch it. Let's get some Rachel in our life. Like, we're not going to see her on stage, which, is a travesty to humanity that we're not going to be able to. The fine people of Minneapolis and the greater Chicago area will not see greatness tonight. So we need to, in their honor, watch some Rachel Hollis content. So this actually has 12,000 views. This is one of her other than the Miranda Kerr wellness routine, which all of a sudden has 102,000 views. Wow, 100K views for this? Why? Comments are turned off. So we'll never know if it was a smashing success or people were hating on it for some reason. Also, she annoys me so much. She's a medical medium lover. I drink my medical medium smoothie. I drink my detoxes. And she's always like up every spiritual guru, wellness guru's ass. And I just find it to be annoying because she platforms all these people constantly. So no big surprise that she's talking to Rachel Hollis. But yeah, her rest of the views are, 8.8, not horrible, I guess. 2.5, 1.5, 2.3. So that's about on average, what she usually gets. Hey, so just that to say, she has more than usual. And interesting, this is a paid promotion for a Toyota Highlander. So I guess that's why she's putting this video. Now, I don't know how much I should speculate here in this way. But one of my thoughts, and I know it's come up on Reddit, but everyone's been pretty respectful, I think, about kind of like talking about it too much. But it does feel like she's, in some of these episodes, she's wearing baggier clothes than usual, I've noticed. And the way she's like had a pillow in front of her at one point. There was some speculation that maybe she was pregnant. And I had also went down that rabbit hole and thought, I could see it. She made it. Okay. And I say that, and I'm not going to speculate about it. Like, is that true or not? I don't know. I have no idea. But I could come to that conclusion and go, okay, I could see her clothing changed a little bit. How she's sitting has changed a little bit. Maybe. Who really knows? But there was one sign, because the last time she didn't announce she was pregnant with Kez's baby until after she lost the baby. And she made the big announcement on her podcast, and she was like, very tearful, like explanation about, the timeline and everything. So she shared that publicly. But then if you looked back at that timeline, she had a couple like little signs, I guess, like, little wink winks in retrospect that she was pregnant, because she had a photo where she was drinking a smoothie. This is years ago. This is like 2 years ago. She was drinking a smoothie and she's like, I'm not pregnant. It's just a food baby. Okay. And that was actually when she was pregnant, and allegedly. And then she also had a picture where she said baby's first concert. And then she did that again when she was at the Beyonce concert recently. Is it this one? Baby's first Beyonce concert. Now her son's there, but this was exactly the same caption that she used the time before when she was actually pregnant and then lost baby. So that was one of my thoughts. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to say like, oh, that's a legitimate theory and this is something that should be considered. But it did cross my mind, I will say. And I think, like I said, a lot of her podcast content is posted and shot at different times. So it's hard to tell. She's got a lot of different looks. So I don't know. But she just doesn't usually dress this way. Very, very baggy strategically, it feels like to me. But who knows? Okay, that's all I'm going to say. All right, let's watch her talk about a Toyota Highlander, and then we'll go from there. Okay? Here we go.
Hey guys, it's Rach. Welcome to another episode of the show. I've got my coffee, I've got my candle, I've got a crystal. I don't know what it does, but it's here and it looks beautiful and somehow it's helping us. So let's have a conversation about making your space a home. Making your space feel more comfortable. Your bedroom, your entire apartment, a house, your car, your cubicle at work, any space that you spend a ton of time in is worth investing some intention in. So we want to make sure that we're setting ourselves up the best that we can, that whatever space.
Oh, thank you, JLB Nerdy. Thank you. I did not see this come through yet. Happy Friday. Ready for some beige tank talk? Yeah. Beige tank talk is coming up in just 1 second. So far, this video currently sucks.
They're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
She's like, did you know that people have places that they stay and they work in, and that they sometimes want to have it be decorated? Yeah, this is how far down we're going. Just to the beginning. Let's start from the beginning. Did you know since the dawn of time, there's been spaces in which people gathered? Yeah, let's start there.
Space we can control is
those are big
for
fingernails
us.
too.
The
Back
way
to
that
it.
we set up our home is self-care. What I hope to do in today's episode is help you create a happy place that starts with what makes you happy, and then you'll watch that permeate through your kids if you have them, or through friends, or through people that you invite in. It really is a beautiful thing. The number one thing, costs zero money, that I think will make any space feel better is air. I'm not talking about AC. I am talking about every single morning I get up and I open all the windows and I open the back door. I feel like the air gets sort of stale overnight. There is something about just a breeze going.
Here's my tip. Open a window. Step on grass. Okay, we're really getting in deep here.
Through your house that moves things around, I think energetically, it just feels better. The second thing I do every morning is Palo Santo. Essentially, Palo Santo is a piece of wood that you light on fire, and I just walk through the whole house with it, but it smells delicious. The third thing that I do to make the house feel like a home, this is actually something I read about in a magazine years ago when I was like 20 years old and trying to figure out how to set up a home for the first time. And I read this article that said, think of things that make you feel like you're at home. Like, what are one or two things that you love?
When I was trying to set up a home, I thought, what isn't a home? And then I went and purchased it. I don't know. This is like really scraping the bottom of like basic ass content. You know, who is watching this and going, hold on. What did you say? Open a window? Okay. I already live outside, but I guess I gotta manifest a home in which I can open the window. Okay. All right. What else? All right. Okay. Light wood on fire and walk around. Okay, got it. That smells delicious. Okay. What else? Okay, buy things that make it feel like home. Okay, well, the home is the one I'm trying to make right now. So what does that feel like? I don't know, but I guess she can explain it to us in a second. It's like, okay. Oh man. It's like, who's consuming this unironically? Asari says, I put up posters of my fave video games, Rach. Also, Rachel Hollis, if you weren't here for that one stream, hold on. She, in her old kitchen, and I'll go to my own channel to show you, has one of the most bizarre images on her wall. Okay, and here's what her kitchen used to look like. Wondering what Rachel Hollis's kitchen looks like? What is this? Is he holding a gun? Okay, this is the wall art she chose to display in her kitchen. And she's got children. Okay, that's always what about the children? Like, there are children that are looking at Ronald McDonald holding a revolver every single morning while eating Frosted Flakes in her kitchen. I find that to be just odd. Odd at the very least. So is that what makes you feel at home, Rachel? Like, I don't know. Can we talk about that? Like, where does that fit into this? I just want to, the air needs to be cleansed. I need to open a window. I want to feel calm. And I also want Ronald McDonald shooting himself. Like, okay. Let's talk about your actual decor here, all right? Hold up. Why is Ronald McDonald holding what looks to be a revolver? Is this a Burger King sponsorship? This is from the jealousgallery.com. Probably because the jealous haters will talk about it. Am I right? And the weird thing is, Rachel Hollis has talked extensively about the death of her brother in her books and in podcasts. And this image is sort of depicting what happened to him. And this, again, yeah. And I was saying that very roundabout way, but her brother shot himself and killed himself. And I find it very weird that you would want to have anything associated with a gun in a depressed cartoon at all. And even as in a joke. I mean, I guess, hey, deal with your grief however you got to deal with it. But it just seems odd, especially for someone who's, very into the energy flows, or where, what does she say that Tony Robbins says? Where thoughts flow, energy goes. So why would you want that energy in your house? I don't get it, especially with that mentality. But hey, in this video, she's got a crystal and a candle. So she's changed since 2 weeks ago. Anyways, here we go. Back to it.
When you walk into someone's home and you see those things, I had 3 things. And if you walk into my home today, you will know that those 3 things are everywhere.
Ronald
Our
McDonald.
framed family photos, books, and candles. Those are my 3 things. They are everywhere. But for this one,
am I the only one who has framed photos, candles, and books in their house? I should start a podcast.
I want to talk about framed family photos. So when you come into my home, you will see.
That is a lot of photos. I mean, a lot of books. I see. Let's just take a look. See. So we got herself skydiving. Okay, fine. We got somebody on a wall with a mask. Okay, don't know who that is. We got Kez, and it looks like Kez's parents, perhaps, right here. Right here in the corner. We got Rachel on her own touching a whale shark. She had a lot of pictures of herself. And I don't know. I told you, if you watched before, I've had that debate with myself as to whether framing a photo of yourself and putting it up in your house is cringe or not. My mom said it was cringe, but my mom's opinion sucks most of the time. So it made me have pause as to whether maybe it was an okay thing to do. We got Rachel and baby Noah in the corner. We got, looks like a family photo from grandma with Rachel as a child. We got Rachel and their 3 kids. I see no Dave, and I guess that makes sense, but kind of sad that, he's gone. I guess it wouldn't be displayed perhaps, but I don't know, maybe it is, but it seems like maybe he's a little erased. It's kind of the way it feels. Do we need your picture? Can't we have one of their dad? Oh, whatever. I'm being judgy. Okay, here.
Into my home, you will see my kids through the ages. It's me doing things that I'm really proud of. So it's
also does anyone need this tip that you should frame a photo maybe and put it on display in your house somewhere? I think that's been going on since the invention of the camera.
Frame picture of me crossing the finish line at my first marathon, me skydiving, swimming with sharks, jumping on the Great Wall of China.
Oh my God, that's her. That's her in China. It looks photoshopped. Does that not look like her face does not fit that? I'm gonna reverse image search this. That looks so fake. Am I right? That looks like someone else's face and then she put her face in there. Because the face is too perfect. And when did she go to China also?
You know, like these were iconic moments in my life, and you'll have your version of that. It doesn't have to look like swimming with sharks. That was bananas. But I'm sure you have a moment, could be like giving birth to your baby or walking across the stage when you graduated, of something that you're proud of. And I think those should be on display. I think those moments where we've achieved something where we're like, yeah, that's who I am, that should be shown. The one thing I wanted to add,
it's like all pictures of her boyfriend, I think, unless that's her daughter, which, okay, stop putting her picture with no top on again. Here we go.
Add to frame photos that I think is really, really important is you should have framed photos of yourself as a child. This is especially important for anybody who's doing therapy, for anyone who's doing inner child work, because every time I see those pictures of baby Rach, I send her love. I take a minute, I imagine that me at 40 is holding her at 3 years old and comforting her in that moment. I also have a lot.
All right, I guess that one's like sort of unique and okay, I'm fine with it. That one, like I could say, all right, that's a decent, interesting tip that would, you know, bring up a conversation or something like worthy of a podcast. All right, I'll give her that one.
Of pictures of my closest loved ones, my guardian angels who are no longer here. I have a lot of framed pictures of my grandma and grandpa who I was very close with. And I have a lot of framed pictures of me and my brother as little kids. I'd also recommend that you change photos out regularly. The pictures that I had framed from 10 years ago are not the same ones that I have today. I think too, for those of you listening to this who are working parents and it's hard and you're doing the damn thing, but there are days where you feel exhausted, having framed pictures of something that your hard work and dedication has allowed your family.
I think she's just trying to justify why she's got a bunch of photos of herself all over the house. She's like, this is why. It's all because of self-care. I am not just totally obsessed with myself. I am doing it for myself to remember how amazing I am at all times. That's why, guys. Don't think that I'm self-absorbed.
To enjoy is really important. A lot of the pictures in my home are us on family vacation. The family vacation happens because of how hard I work.
Okay. And these are also, like I said, the last 2 years, 3 years now. Like, before all the memories erased. The last couple of vacations as a family with my new boyfriend is what we're going to remember. Okay, fine, whatever. I'm being a hater jealous person, I guess.
So I love the reminder of like, oh yeah, this is what it's about. This is why I'm doing what I'm doing. My next thing,
the vacations.
I feel like a bunch of you are totally going to be on board with this, is candles. That's because I like a good smelling house.
I'm surprised that she is on board with candles because her, you know, antitoxin, the hormone balancing lifestyle, some of those people don't like candles. They think they're toxic to themselves. And maybe they are. I don't know. I don't care. I'm lighting a candle. YOLO. Okay. I'm lighting candles all goddamn day. But some of the girlies and boys that promote turn off your Wi-Fi, don't answer your cell phone, wear this fabric because if you don't, you will die. Goodbye. They say no to candles. So she's decided to take a stand against the spirituality wellness community here.
Very picky about what candles I use, wanting to make sure that they're natural, that there's nothing in them that's like bad for us, but also that just make the space smell delicious. The piece of advice I wanted to give you for this that really helped me, have matches right next to the candle. As soon as I see the candle and I think, ooh, I'd like a candle moment, I can light it. I love it not just for the smell, but also because I think a flame is really beautiful. It makes me feel cozy even in the summertime.
Am I the only one who's seen a flame before?
In the winter, I love an actual fire. It's maybe one of my favorite things. Number 5, a diffuser. I have those everywhere. There's one behind me right now in the office. You're like, whoa, you have a candle and a diffuser? Yeah, I like a double up. When you first walk into my home, in the entryway, there's a big diffuser.
I'm so bored. This is so boring.
So you are just hit with deliciousness. You're coming into a wave of smell good. If I know you're coming, that diffuser.
Are you using doTERRA products? Are you using Young Living? What kind of brand are you? Where do you stand on the doTERRA Young Living conflict? Okay, which side are you taking, Rachel?
Will always have been running for about an
see.
hour before you get here. That's how much I care that you
Is it Young Living? It actually does look kind of like the...
are walking in to like a beautiful, smell good environment. Little piece of advice from me to you is I keep the little bottles of oil. I'll keep it in the center console of my...
Which brand? What car is this? This is a nice ass car. Is this a Porsche? I want a Porsche. I want a car. I need to buy a car. I need to buy an SUV. Actually, I don't. I don't need. I could use a bicycle and put a cart on the back and, bike 5 hours a day. But, I need a car. And I would like a nice, luxurious car like this. But I don't work hard enough. I don't print enough photos of myself. Damn it. This looks nice, though. I like this interior a lot.
My car. And then if I'm going into somewhere for a couple hours, or a lot of times I'll drive my car to the airport when I'm going out of town.
I'm trying to see what brand this is.
For a day or
I don't remember her having this car.
Somewhere for a couple hours, or a lot of times I'll drive my car to the airport.
Trying to see the steering wheel. Is it a Mercedes?
When I'm going,
or an Audi? I don't know. Looks nice.
Going out of town for a day or two, I'll open the...
Okay, it's Palo Santo. She loves that Palo Santo. I cannot see the brand. Is this an MLM brand? I don't know. Probably not. She's anti-MLM nowadays. After she denounced it. After she used it for her advantage, then she denounced it, which hey, I support that. I support anti-MLM.
The bottle of essential oil and just like put it in the cup holder so it's sitting up. And when I come back to my car, my whole car will smell delicious.
Everything smells delicious to her. That's her adverb of the day.
The sixth thing, plants. I have plants everywhere. Plants are...
Oh, wait. Am I napping? Sorry. Keya may still be napping. Yeah. Oh, was it a Toyota Highlander? No, that was not a Toyota Highlander, was it? If so, I'm going to get one. This is the ad. Oh. I'm so stupid.
Dumbass.
Okay, well, hey, this worked. This was a targeted ad. Like I said, I'm in the market for a car. That looked like a Porsche inside. Whew. This review. Now, this is what Toyota should do. They should hire me to do the insider content commentary sponsorship of her in the car. Damn. Okay. That did get me. Wow. I like that.
They're amazing. They look beautiful. They make it feel more homey. And they also are filtering out your air. They're great.
If it wasn't a Highlander, that is fucked up. And that's like, why are you showing this great car? And then this is sponsored by a worse car.
You want to research or go to a garden center and choose plants that are easy to keep alive. Some plants are very hard. Some plants are super easy. Get yourself 10 snake plants and realize that you are the...
We share the same brain, Rachel and I. I feel like I know too much about her personality now. We share the same microphone. We share the same brain.
The queen of keeping plants alive. If you kill a snake plant, you need to talk to somebody. It is real hard to hurt those plants. Set yourself up for success. Start with one easy to care for plant. Keep it alive. Feel great about yourself. Add another. Now, maybe you're hearing this and you're like, I have a black thumb. I kill every plant I get. That happens. Some people can't grow a plant. Get a fake plant. Right over my shoulder, right here. This little cactus. And this thing. They're not real. And they're not real because this studio, when I'm not in it, I close very heavy drapes. There's no sunlight in here, so a plant would die. Same thing with my entryway. It's very dark in the entryway. So all three of the plants in the entryway are fake. And I researched today because I wanted to be able to speak to those of you who are thinking about a fake plant, but you're like, what's the point? I looked it up. Turns out they have proven that a fake plant...
They have proven... Who is they? They have proven fake plants can survive without being watered. Amazing.
Improves your mood, helps your focus, helps all the things that a real plant does, except it doesn't filter the air. So if you can't keep a plant alive, get the benefits of the plant with the fake plant. Number 7, make sure that you have precious things out where you can see them and in use. Remember that Kool-Aid pitcher I told you guys about? Well, for years, it just sat at the top shelf in my pantry, and every time I saw it or every time I took notice of it, I would feel kind of bummed because I thought, man, that was so special to me when I was a little girl and I got it. My big sisters didn't get it and I'm not using it. So I found a use for that pitcher. I use it to water my plants and I use it to fill all of the diffusers with water that I told you about earlier. So every time I see it, I'm using it. Another
What? Like, okay, it's like, guys, have forks. Forks in your kitchen, game changer. You can use it to eat. You can use it to pick your teeth after you eat. You can use it to stab somebody in the eyeballs if someone intrudes in your space. This is something that I learned when I was a little girl, that forks are superior to spoons unless you're eating soup. That way, you know that you have options. And also, while I'm at it, a spatula. Did you know that a spatula can be used to flip? It's like, do we really need to be shown like what a pitcher is and being told like, I have a pitcher from, that it's an heirloom. This is something that you need to know about me and that you should follow. It's like, are we this stupid? I'm sorry to say, but is there an audience that is this dumb that is enjoying this content? I don't know. I guess I've seen too much. I'm just like over it and jaded.
Example is my grandfather, who I was very close with, had a glass coffee carafe. It was a glass carafe and then it had it was like a percolator. I don't know if you guys have ever seen those. And then it had this glass top. I have used that glass pitcher for 15 years regularly for the longest time. Again, I had to put away. I didn't want it to get hurt. I think it might be the only thing of my grandpa's I have. So I didn't want it to get hurt and I kept it away. But then same thing. I was like, well, this is stupid. What's the memory involved in me hiding this thing out so it doesn't get hurt? So I put it on the stovetop. It stays there always. At some point in the last 15 years, one of the kids accidentally broke the top of it, but I still keep it out. And knock wood, I would hate for something to happen to it, but I would rather.
She would never break it. It was one of her kids. It was her team actually that broke it.
Use it than not. And so
I agree with that advice though as well. Like when people have stuff like shoved away and like, oh, this is my heirloom or whatever, I'm on this team of like, just use it. Like if you have like jewelry and stuff and it's like, like wear it. Like I think that is part of, it's like two different camps. You save it and you keep it and you like hold on to it and you tuck it away, or like if you're a collector and you have it in the box, and you keep it there and you're gonna like, oh, it's got the box and it's safe. I've always been like, open that thing and play with it and use it, and if it breaks, it breaks. But I know there's two camps. I don't think one's right or the other. So I agree with her in this sentiment too. But again, like, is this a tip? I don't know. I think it's just an opinion about like what you feel about yourself.
That's a risk I'm willing to take. I use it to boil water for lemon water, for tea, for iced tea, Did
you know liquids exist and there's different varieties? Let me list them for you.
Anything we need boiling water for, we use that pot. I know when we have lost people, especially, it feels really scary to only have a few things of theirs and risk that those things get hurt. I have a t-shirt of my big brother's that I love very much, and over the years I've stained it. I've got like bleach stains on it and oil stains on it, and when those moments happen, I would cry because I would be like, this is all I have and I'm messing it up, but I would rather wear it. And I'm positive he would rather I wear it and get stains on it than like hide it in some box in my closet. Or your wedding china that you got and have never used, start freaking using that for dinner every day. Every day of your life is an opportunity to live your best life. Don't save, quote, the nice things for another day. Today is the only day you are guaranteed. So celebrate this life that you have by utilizing the things in it that are important to you. Hey parents, especially those of you who are raising big families like I am. This episode is sponsored by the first ever Toyota Grand Highlander. This episode is all about creating spaces that make
This episode is all about bullshit that I threw together in 1 second. for money, which is insane.
Us feel the most comfortable. And if you are going back and forth to school drop-off, taking kids to and from sports practices or dance rehearsals, then you understand how important it is that the space you drive
Show
in
the car.
takes care of you and your family. The Toyota Grand
I can't believe, like, are we not going to see it? Not one fucking photo of this car?
Highlander has incredible third row legroom.
Let me see
and
it.
If you've never been...
I've never seen a car commercial. I literally have no idea what the car looks like. I'm desperate to know. I need to see this Toyota Highlander. This is FOMO marketing at its best. I'm going to describe it audibly, what this car looks like. This is the best. Love it. Toyota's over the moon.
Been the baby of 4 kids and shoved all the way in the back, squished up into a ball. You don't understand why that's essential, but this is the key to the kid.
What? If you're not like me and was shoved in the back of the car, okay, well, again, we're grasping for relatability here.
Kids all the way in the back, not complaining the entire time you're driving around. And look, we're parents, most of us are mamas. What I love about the Toyota Grand Highlander is that you're able to accommodate the whole family, but you're also in something that's really...
She's never seen this car before, ever in her life. She has no idea. She could not identify a Toyota Highlander, very much like myself at this time.
Stylish and, well, grand. Learn more at toyota.com/Grand Highlander. The last thing...
I feel like I also agree. Like, I won't buy it on the principle of that they paid her money for that.
This is the 8th thing on my list. I always have music on in my house.
Oh,
oftentimes during the day, I'll say, Alexa, play meditation music. It's the easiest command in the world. Meditation music sounds sort of like vibey spa music, but some days I feel a little bit more like a very specific genre. So I'll be like, play Beach Boys radio or play...
Can you believe this woman? Get her on TV right now. She plays different music depending on her mood in her house. Can you imagine? She's got it all figured out. Wow.
Gypsy King's greatest hits. Like, depending on what I'm interested in or how the day's going to shape up, I add a soundtrack. If I'm cooking, always there's going to be music. If a guest is coming for the podcast, not only is there going to be music, but there's going to be vinyl. I'm that douchey about my music that if you walk in, I want there to be some vinyl playing. I have the most beautiful record player. I've got some favorite albums. Do I sometimes choose
the Beatles? It's really underground, you guys. I'm really into underground music. You ever heard of the Beatles vinyl? Yeah. Well, now you have. Thank you, JLB Nerdy. JLB Nerdy says, "Am I the only one? I know I'm not the only one. Am I the only one who makes a car commercial and doesn't show the car and actually shows a different car, probably, most likely? Yeah.
Fuck all men."
That's what she said to the Toyota executives. She said,
"We hate him.
We hate the Toyota Highlander.
Whatever.
If you drive a Toyota Highlander..."
Oh, okay. Colts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, JLB Nerdy. Welcome to the cult.
The song based on what I think the person coming over wants to hear. Yes, I absolutely do. It's just such a moment when someone walks in and they're like, "Oh, I love this song." And not only do they love the song, they go past the entryway and they see this incredible record player that's like playing this vintage record. Now,
how much did that cost? Yeah. We are simpatico, her brain and I. I'm like, how much did that cost? The graphic comes up. That costs money. Yo, we're on the same brainwave.
That costs money. I'm not going to lie. That being said, a bunch of people walk in, they're like, "Oh my gosh, who decorated this?" And I'm like, what? Like, I've had that couch for a decade. These are pillows from Target. Like, there's nothing in the house.
From where? From the tar? From the tar pit? She will not dare utter the name of the distributor that has dropped her beloved journals that are coming back.
That you can't plop onto and relax. There's nothing in my home that you can't spread out, grab a book and like read or chill or be calm. There's, guitars in every room. The whole thing is just set up so that no matter.
You're rich, bitch. That's what this is, okay? We could have said that in 30 seconds. Hey, if you want to have a beautiful house like me, have $20 million. That will help.
What room you go to, you feel at home. And I think like anything else, this is a practice. You have to make adjustments for what season of life you are in, but I would love for you to consider starting in just one area of your house, and it can be as simple as like
putting a rug in your disgusting dirt shack. That will help you poor asses to feel more like me. Now, I have a guitar in every room and you have cockroaches in every room, but we're basically the same. And buy a Toyota Highlander, but just blindly buy it from the dealership. Don't look at it yet. Okay, sorry. Thank you. Good Spider, Bad Spider. Good Spider, Bad Spider says, Alexa, how can I make this about me? Alexa, play music. Wow. I need to, again. Wait. Let me highlight. Alexa, play music based on how I feel, and then buy $1,000 vintage record player, buy Beatles album, and people will feel at home in my house. Oh God, thank you for this advice. Lord. And Rebecca J. Kelly, author. Thank you so much. Rebecca J. Kelly, author, says, privileged AF. Amen.
You are privileged AF.
We all are for this advice. My God.
Douche lord.
I'm a douche lord, and I like to say,
your girl is a bougie bitch.
There you go. Thank you, Rebecca. I have diamond encrusted toilets in all my bathrooms, and that's what makes me happy. That's what you should do.
Asking yourself that question, what are things when you see them in other people's homes that make you feel calm? They make you feel like you're at home, and see if you can incorporate that without spending money into some space in your life right now, today. I hope that this idea was helpful, or you got at least one thing out of it that you want to try. If you dug this episode, will you send it to someone?
No, I will not. My reputation's on the line, girlfriend. I can't. Yeah. 8 incredibly simple and basically free ways to upgrade your home. Buy a $20,000 record machine. Basically free. I mean, it's basically free for her. I'm sure she wrote it off as like my studio decor. It's an expense, a write-off. Cool. So nothing's changed with Rach. She's the same old. She's doing her thing. She's canceling tours. She's getting her nails done a lot. You can tell she's gotten her nails done a lot because you can see all the different colors and sizes. And this must be months of, unless she's getting them done every week. My God. Yeah, she's back to normal. She's back to it. I haven't seen this one. What is this one? Let's just see. Then I'll go to Heidi Powell.
Person in one day sees more information than the average person 700 years ago would have seen in their entire life.
Journalist and author.
Okay, I don't care.
How to pursue your daydream without quitting your day job. This should not be all or nothing. You can pursue the side hustle and the current job at the same time. That is how I built everything I have.
No, you didn't.
I've built. I worked Monday to Friday at my day job, and then I was pursuing
When the fuck was that? I worked for 1 full year at my job when I was 19 years old. Therefore, I know how to struggle in a corporate job as well as side hustle. She started her job with her entrepreneurial life when she was like 21 or something. She was like an event planner, I thought. I'm so confused with the timeline. Also, she again does not have a wrinkle. She does not wrinkle anymore. Good for her.
Career that I could do on the weekends. There's a lot of people who will argue for the fact that your passion will stay your passion if it's not 100% the thing that's paying for your family to live. You are not supposed to have it all figured out. This is when you take a leap of faith. If you have a decision to make and pursuing it is not a permanent decision, freaking do it. Is it possible to do this and have a lot more rest days? No. If you want something different than you currently have, understand that there will be a trade-off. It takes a lot because the place that you're going is worth the effort. How?
Yeah, someone said that she mentioned like something about MLMs recently in a podcast, and she was like sort of okay about it. But then I heard someone else say that she mentioned MLMs and that sort of said it in a negative way, that her family members were so dumb that they would join an MLM. And like I said, I haven't been listening to all the episodes of her podcast. None of them, actually, unless it's on a stream. So I don't know what to think. She seems to be confused about MLMs as well. But that is her bread and butter. If she really wants to make money again, she's got to, start kissing ass to Bonate again, because I think those are the only people who really are into this shit anymore. But anyways, there you go. So she's sick. She made an announcement via her Ticketmaster. She's got bronchitis, bronchial infection. She's taken the tour information down from her website. But you can read about her hormones, okay? You can see her sitting on the floor, completely balanced. And she's writing down her goals. I want to have balanced hormones, and therefore it shall be. She wrote down, I want to have a bronchitis infection. What this says is, today I'm grateful for taking my children to the park. Yeah, I'm sure. And just, here's what I did to balance my hormones. Number one, I found a female doctor I love. No shade to male doctors, because I know many of them are fantastic. But when it comes to female hormones and the female body, no one understands better than another female. I don't know about that. I don't think that's fair to say. I think if you learn the material, you probably would know the same amount. But I guess being a female, you might empathize more. But I think the information's the same. Once I realized my issue was hormonal, my very first step I took to figure out what was going on was find a female doctor. I actually took it a step further by locating a female naturopathic doctor, because I believe that health and wellness should be approached holistically. Naturopaths are all about healing the body from the inside out through natural remedies, which is exactly what I wanted to learn. So doctors is very lightly used here. Naturopathic doctor. No med school involved here, I believe. I absolutely love my doctor so much so that I invited her on my podcast. It remains one of my most popular episodes we've ever done. Then she got comprehensive lab work, okay? Then she started I started tracking my cycle. Oh my God. This is when people don't believe it. When she started saying all this stuff, when she's like, oh, I didn't know that you got your period every 30 days about approximately. What? Did you know that I was 37 years old before I knew that I could track my cycle? Not kidding. I wasn't taught this stuff as a kid, so I didn't learn what every female should know much earlier until I balanced my hormones. That's when I realized how much the female cycle plays a role in all these body functions. It's like, why didn't you figure that out? You were on stages representing women across the globe and lifting us up. You even know that your period comes in cycles. I just find this to be crazy. Anyways, this is old stuff. My new target line. That didn't last. I'm back at work after 2 weeks of filming. That was the Quibi show. Sorry. Okay. All right, that's enough. That's enough of that. Let's go to Heidi. Heidi, it's time for you now. Yeah. The thing with the thing about the cycle that bothers me so much is that I don't know if it was in her book or in a podcast or whatever, but she talks about, oh, I got pregnant while taking birth control. I might just have one of those bodies. I'm so fertile. Even birth control doesn't stop me from getting pregnant. And then you find out that she didn't even know that, cycles were real and that. I'm like, so you probably weren't taking it correctly. So you giving out the information that, oh, you took your birth control correctly and you got pregnant somehow, which is very, very, very unlikely. is not even probably accurate, that you were probably taking a pill whenever I felt like it. And then that's why you got pregnant, probably. I don't know. It's just very weird that she, is an expert on these things, but like a complete, like below the national average on information about your own body. I don't know. It just seems unbelievable to me. Okay. Heidi, where are you? Who are you? We're going to find out. That's, I think, what she's trying to find out here. And aren't we all? Heidi, who are you? Who is this woman with you? Why are you wearing white? And why is she wearing white? Always. 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 Okay, so starting this segment now. So Heidi Powell is a fitness influencer who you may know from the world famous Extreme Weight Loss TV show that she had with also famous man, Chris Powell. Now, Chris Powell is getting away from his old Transform brand, and he's starting his own brand now. Just in case you didn't know, that's happening in the background of this podcast. Now, this is a podcast that I believe was filmed in the summertime, so it's being released now because Heidi, as she explained in episode 1, was having major regrets and major second thoughts about this podcast. But instead of following her intuition and listening to her gut and not posting this, she went against those feelings and thought of them as limiting beliefs, and was encouraged by this woman who claims she's a book medium to have her do this podcast, and also just so happens to appear in this podcast at least twice. That is a good summary, I think. And this is episode 3. It's called Shitting Myself. No, I'm just kidding. It's called Shedding My Old Self and Welcoming the Real Me Home. Now, I don't know if this is accurate, but someone messaged me and said that the book medium, and her name, I forget her name already. I'm so sorry. I knew it before. Something Britton is her last name. Keya Britton, that she orgasms in this episode. So if you're not into that, you're about to be. Okay. So there you go. This has 824 views. So hot pipe and tea, in my opinion. This is posted on Monday. This is the day she posts on Mondays. It says, in this episode, I'm opening the doors to my inner sanctum, welcoming you right into the living room of my heart and spirit. Supported by my longtime friend Keya, I reflect on my transformation that's been both my toughest trial and my greatest revelation, as everything in all these people's lives are. Finding my true home within myself. 2022 was a year that didn't just knock on my door, but it knocked me down. Okay, and Dave died in 2023, just FYI. So we're talking about 2022. All right. From grappling with loss and questioning my life's foundations to embracing a profound spiritual awakening, I've been through a whirlwind of self-discovery. During the chaos, a clear voice emerged, one that's been drowned out for years by the noise of life's expectations, roles, and external validations. Here are a few key moments from the episode. Okay, so we'll do it. We'll get to it. It's launching now. Hey. Heidi Powell on the couch in a white shirt.
There's a lot of question about this about this shift in me. Yep. Right? This, as I call it, me returning home. And you're in my home. Welcome to my home.
Maybe that's what they meant. There's like little orgasms throughout the episode. Oh God, I'm sorry. Coming home to myself. Oh yeah, you'll be coming home. Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm getting off the rails. Okay, here you go. Back.
Hope, like with every episode, I hope you guys feel like you're right here with me and Keya on the couch.
I do.
And I hope you feel like you're a part of the conversation. I want you to be a part of the conversation.
I need my white outfit, but we're going to have to make do.
I don't know where we're going to send people to comment, but be a part of this conversation. There has been a shift in me, and you guys have asked a lot about it.
Yeah.
You've mentioned it, and more than anything, I felt it. Like it's something I'm super passionate about because it has,
it's me changing.
I don't want to say allowed me, But I have made I don't know if it's a conscious choice or a subconscious choice, but to get out of my head and more into my heart. Now that doesn't mean that.
That's why I'm recording hour-long podcasts going through all of my thoughts.
That I don't gravitate toward my head, because there's 41 years of wiring. I'm going to say 40 and a half years of wiring that have had me believing that I can control things with my mind.
Yeah.
Right. I think we all think we forget. Surrender doesn't really make sense until you experience it. And you can choose surrender.
I feel like that's a soundbite. I choose surrender. I think those are oxymorons in this context.
Or God.
Also, I will say, I don't know. I see the comments like, what shift? I don't know. Like, she's been doing self-help adjacent content for quite a while now. In the last couple years, especially since she got with Dave, she literally had a self-help conference called Show Up in Arizona, where she was, reading children's books and telling women that they're butterflies and to get past their caterpillar stage and blossom. And okay, so this is nothing new. So I guess that, again, was all bullshit. That was not real. That was her faking being awakened. And this is actually her being awakened. This is a very common trope in self-help as well. Like, they've been in the business for 10 years, but every 2 years they're like, I've never been honest before. It's like, wait, what? Wait, I already paid for your guidance before. So you were lying before, but they don't talk about that. They just say like, my awakening happened yesterday. And so this new information is updated information and worth paying me again, I guess. Good Spider, Bad Spider. Thank you so much. Good Spider, Bad Spider says, does anyone actually listen to autobiographical podcasts? I don't understand her target market. Hey, Rachel Hollis has 100 million plus downloads allegedly, and all she talks about is herself, and then goes, tip number 1, be more like me. Tip number 2, be more like me. Tip number 3, be more like me and rich. And hey, look at her. She's living the life. She's got a record player and a Toyota Highlander. And that means something. So I guess so. I honestly think, and this is what I catch myself doing too, any moment of silence in my life, I get the urge, and I'm trying to fight the urge lately, but I do get the urge to fill it with something. Fill it with a podcast, fill it with a TikTok, fill it with a song, Alexa, play meditation, anything. Like, I just need something in my ear, because having my own thoughts for 5 seconds terrifies me. What will I possibly think? Even though I think that's probably the most healthy thing to do, is to have quiet time, have reflection, have all those things, be able to process things. But I think in the social media world, the dopamine hit, like, I'm addicted 100%. So I feel like a lot of other people must be experiencing it too, and maybe not even aware of it, that they're so addicted to hearing other sounds other than their own, that stuff like this does somehow become part of people's routine. I don't know though. That's just my hypothesis.
And the universe, or whoever you pray to, whatever you believe in, I honor and respect that. Yeah. I believe in God. I also believe that God created the universe. So I'm going to use all of them. I think the universe is alive for God, right?
Yep.
I think we are all parts of God. I think we all have God in us, right? Because he created us, he or she or it, whatever you want to think.
All right, let's come on back.
7 disclaimers right there.
So
I'm in my head again, because I'm worried about what people are going to say.
Shift.
But
the shift. And you've had so many people.
Whose podcast is this? Is this Heidi's podcast, or is this Kira's podcast? Because right now it seems like she's running it a little bit.
Asking you, how are you doing?
Yeah. So this, for me, what I was going to say, because this leads into how I'm doing, is my life changed for me.
Yeah. Oh.
Right? So I think we all have times where we are...
Life doesn't happen to you. It happens for you, says Jesus Christ Tony Robbins. That's his full name. Tony Jesus Christ Robbins.
Presented the opportunity, but I think not sometimes.
Hold on. They left her in flicking away the bug, but then cut away. Hold on. It's want to play that moment again.
Where we are presented the opportunity. But I think sometimes, not sometimes, the universe will, there was a really beautiful quote, and I'm going to say it.
Okay.
And get it wrong. But
okay,
the universe will continue to remove things from your life that you place your value in until you realize it's not there. And there are so many things that were a part of my life that I placed my value in, or I believed my worthiness existed inside of. And this predates Dave's passing.
Yeah.
And this isn't an episode about Dave passing, but I love that man. I always will. I'm going to say that right now. But it predates this, and it goes into 2022. And Dave was actually a very supportive and loving part of me experiencing this.
Yeah.
But that there were so many elements, from my businesses to me as an educator. I guess that's me and my business, but the feedback I would get from women whose lives were changed, right? My house, my finances, right? It's like we all can make a list of.
This is what she's saying was taken away from her by the universe to help her grow. So she's saying, she's not trying to piss anyone off, but basically she's saying Dave died so I could learn this lesson. Okay, well, maybe she's not explicitly saying that, but I think that is kind of like, the universe doesn't make mistakes. Cool. God is almighty. Dave's gone. I learned lesson. And also, she's saying like my finances were taken away. My house was taken away. It's like, oh my. Go into more detail about that, please. And also, thank you for joining the membership. And let me, hold on. Give me 1 second. Let me open my other chat. I forgot to do that. In the middle of my nap, today is not my day. I apologize. I feel like I'm on the struggle bus today, everybody. Abby, thank you so much for being a member for 8 months. 8 months.
This man is one of the greatest innovators and creative geniuses of all time.
That's you, Abby. Abby says, Heidi's pinky is distracting. I have a hand cramp. Ooh, interesting. I'll have to go back and watch her pinky specifically. So when I was getting the thumbnail for this video, this stream, I just scrolled through and like tried to see a place where I could put, capture it so I could put it in my thumbnail. And at one point she goes like this and she's describing her hands. I don't know what story she's telling. I'm assuming she's talking about breath work, because that's exactly what happened to me. Is like when you're like out of oxygen, you start to, I did. I can't say for everyone, but I started to like convulse inward. And I was going to use that in the thumbnail. I was like, all right, that's kind of weird. But maybe she's got something going on with her pinky, because she literally does that in a later part of this podcast. So thank you, Abby. Thank you for sticking around. You're almost there to 1 year. Woo! You got 4 months. If you will dare commit to 4 more months with me, I will appreciate it.
I speak Spanish pretty well. Pinchos.
That one's for you. Okay, back to it. Oh, wait, this is me. Meta. Very meta. Okay, there you go. Pinchos.
50 things. My friends and connections, right? Yeah. That sometimes weren't just friend connections, but they were business connections. We all have things that we place our value in.
Yeah.
And that quote really hit me because in 2022, God began to slowly remove things from my life that I placed my value in, or that I thought my worthiness existed because of.
Yeah.
Until I realized today and these past few months, it's not there.
Mm-hmm.
Like I am so clear today. So how am I?
And two years from now, she'll say, 2 years ago, I was in the worst rock bottom place in my life.
It's been the wildest year of my life.
Yeah.
2022 was I have said I've never had, in 40 years, I would say I've never had a bad year. People would be like, I hate 2020. I want it to go away. I can't wait. And I would sit there and be like, I've never had a bad year.
And you've had hard things.
Some people were upset that COVID killed their family members, but I was like, I don't care. I love this COVID. I love being at home. I love traveling and not following any guidelines at all. I love it so much. I have the best year, 2020, my best year yet. Okay, Heidi, thanks. Good. I'm so glad for you.
I've had hard things. So that's what's interesting is you've had hard things,
yes,
but
dad's death, divorce. I mean, a lot of things.
Yeah.
However, my ability to find the silver lining or find the beauty in the beast, as I used to say, like I would be, it's just, God blessed me with a positive demeanor. He, like, that is my greatest gift from him. I am naturally optimistic, and 2022 knocked me on my butt, like in a major way. To we'll kind of go back in time in a minute, but so to be in a place now where
this is what I used to talk about with, like, how I used to talk to my life coach. Like, this is kind of similar. Like, I'm like, oh, you know, talking about the past and things, like on her couch at her house. And it was kind of the style. We didn't record it for the world, but it was just me talking about myself with no good feedback other than just like, yeah, okay. And she could give me feedback, but it was always spiritual. It's like, oh, the universe always provides. The universe will guide you, da, 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 da. But I look back at that time and cringe. I'm like, God, I needed psychological help back in 20, I think I was doing that in 2019 into 2020. And I feel badly because I feel like that's what Heidi's going through. And you sort of maybe need to just start talking to somebody, but to post it online and like think it's good advice or helpful to anyone else is like, oh, this ain't it, girl. This ain't it.
feel after a hellish 12 months, 18 months.
Also, what happened to her in 2022? Am I forgetting something? She was with Dave. They were always posting happy pictures, traveling everywhere. She had her conference. She had her beloved, training weight loss groups. So what was so bad? I'm missing it. Like, did she ever talk about that? Wouldn't it be like the years before when she got divorced in 2020, or the last time she got divorced before that, or her dad died, or when Dave died? 2022 had none of those events. Actually, it had only good things according to her. So I'm hoping she gets to it, gets into specifics.
At 12, I feel more. I know my value. That's what it is. I know, and my value is not based on any clothes that I can wear. I really do think my outfit's cute.
I know. I'm getting these pants.
They're inexpensive.
It's so beautiful. Okay, here's what I hear you saying. Is that you had been putting your value, as we all do. And like, okay, is it in business? Is it in finances? Is it in my house? In the relationships? And just now what I heard you.
Okay, so she had panic attacks. Okay, that's true. But yeah, I suppose. Okay, that makes sense. Thank you for reminding me of that. That just seems a little weird still. Like that is, I don't know, maybe. Panic attacks are horrible. So can't disagree with that.
Say was that you finally found your value and it was in you.
It is in me.
Yeah.
And one of the things I've been saying over the past few months too is, and maybe even 5-6 months, just for a timestamp, Dave died 3.5 months ago. And I think it's important to say right now. So when I say 5 months ago, because people are like, oh, was it that? I had already had these realizations prior to, and that was Dave passing was.
He died in February 2023, just for the record.
As I say, the nail in the coffin of my old life. Like I already knew, I'm like, it needs to go to rest.
Yeah.
And I was already headed there.
Yeah.
But I was having
I find that to be offensive to him. His death was the nail in my coffin. Like, okay, well, maybe you pick a better analogy, maybe, or something a little bit more sensitive, perhaps.
hard time doing it. I believe I have felt, and maybe I should dig into the past a little bit, but I have felt that,
let's see. Welcome, Shan. 4 times a Shan for you and your man. Hey.
If I were to die, it would probably be choking on broccoli.
Thank you, Brian Johnson, whatever your name is.
I access God through me. And this is a new thing. And when I say new, like 5 months ago, December 2022 is when I started finding God, November. But I access God through me. And this is why I'm so big on cold plunges and this soul work, because when I'm present in my...
This is why I'm so big on cold plunges. Access God. These people are insane.
My body and I'm focused on my breathing. It's like a channel opens up. I don't know how to explain it, but a channel opens up. Is this what? And I like, it's almost like I am the light, right? Yeah. And I actually believe that that's how God speaks to me. And when I say God speaks to me, sometimes I'm like, he is in me, right? And he is in you.
Call a doctor and tell him that you're hearing him inside of your head. That's actually a sign of psychosis sometimes. Literally, he's talking to me right now. Like, okay. Again, where does the line go from, oh, this is spiritual practice, all good, to seek help? I really don't know where the line is drawn. And I feel like if you're rich and good looking, everyone goes, okay, she's not crazy. But if you're on the street corner and you're saying this, oh, okay, put this person in a hospital immediately. Like, it's just interesting. It's the same concept. Like, I'm chosen by God and he's speaking to me. It's just like, okay, if he's telling you to do a podcast, people kind of go, all right. If he's telling you to go murder people, then okay, now we should probably be concerned. But how do you know which one is which until it's too late sometimes? I don't know. I just wonder that all the time. Like, why are we accepting this? But then understand that other people hearing voices is just a big sign of like, oh, better stop. Better tune into this ankle here of this person. Philly turned Texan. Thank you so much. Philly turned Texan says, Keya is giving off not as obvious Craig vibes. Yeah. Craig says, yeah, straight out gold.
This is gold, straight up. There's literally no place in the world than I would rather be than right here with you.
And that's what Keira's saying too, but she's saying it with her eyes. Oh, that's so true. Thank you, Philly turned Texan. I appreciate that. Straight up.
Her charisma is straight up off the charts.
This is the weird one that he says. I'm like, it's a weird voice that he made that one day.
We're going to get a little weird. You ready for me?
You ready for me? Okay.
And he's in you and you and you. So that's where my value is. And it's transformed.
Okay, Colt.
I mean, this is part of 2022 that we'll go into, but it has transformed how I care.
Yeah.
What anybody thinks or don't care what anybody thinks besides me.
Yeah.
And when I say me and God.
Yeah.
I mean, of course I never want to hurt, but I'm not one to hurt anyone anyway. And I know that about me. So it's not like I understand if I unintentionally hurt somebody else, there might be something to clean up and I'll figure that out. But like, I care what God thinks and I care what I think.
Yeah. It's beautiful. It's like, my favorite author, Florence Scovel Shinn, she talks about the law of non-resistance. And
is
what
that like surrender?
And what it is like there's no Velcro on your body. So the law of non-resistance is that nothing can actually attach.
Ooh.
So what anyone says about you, what anyone, like nothing can now.
Sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt me. What you say sticks to you because it's like glue, but for me, it's like rubber and bounces right off. That's my chapter on this exact concept. Oh, and Shan. Thank you so much. Shan says, wait, wasn't she giggling last time about secretly tribbing each other or something? Sorry to be gatekeeping, but I hope she stays in Heidi's lane. Oh, secretly tribbling each other? About the closet. So last stream, I don't know if this is what you mean, but in the last stream, they said, oh, I'm in the closet. And she said, oh, I thought you were going to say something else. We want to hold that information till another time. So I don't know. It was not overtly them saying anything, but I think I took it that way, but I don't really know if that's what they meant. I could be something completely different. No idea. But I think there's vibes. To me, there's vibes going on, regardless. And also,
deep belly laughs.
There's deep belly laughs going on. That's all I know. Also,
oh, okay, Colts.
Get off your butt.
And also,
I'm gonna stomp you.
Shan, welcome. Now I'm gonna stomp you.
I'm gonna stomp you.
Thank you.
Attached to you because you're so deeply strong here and here that it's the law of non-resistance.
I love that.
Yeah, I know.
And why I love it.
Yeah, I know.
And I think I'm going to drop this and save this for a future episode, but
please no.
Because the idea that for me, worthiness came from what a man said. And my value, am I enough to be in this relationship?
No, I hate that phrase.
Right? And you know what I'm saying?
That's so deep.
And so the idea that when you say no Velcro,
right?
Like I'm feeling this for the first time in my life, like no Velcro. Like I don't need a man. I don't want a man right now.
Yeah.
I will want one at some point, and it will be beautiful. And whatever you said, the no Velcro.
The no Velcro.
I love that.
I know. And I feel that in you.
Do you?
I do. I feel it
in me. I wonder if we should, because I kind of talked a little bit about.
When is the man coming? How much time are you going to give yourself? Weeks? Days? What? What's the timeline? What does God say? Let me know.
The last year.
Yeah.
And I think it might be good for people to understand what the last year was like.
Please.
A little bit.
It does feel like that. I mean, that was not in our notes, but
yeah,
I don't follow notes. So this feels right.
Here we are. Here we are not following notes. Only because it's like
again, what notes could you possibly write? All these are just like thoughts in your head at any given time. What notes are you taking? There's no organization to these podcasts. It shocks me that there was notes in the first place.
Understand why me arriving here in my home, my body. I'm reading this amazing book called Becoming the One, and she refers to home as your body. And that's been a consistent theme that people have said to me over the last year or two, which is crazy. Before I even understood or got here, they said, it's not about always becoming. And I've taught women, it's like we all do, right? So we all focus on.
She had a company literally called Transform, and she used to call herself a transformation coach. And now it's not about becoming, it's about being, I'm sure. Okay, got it.
And we do these personal development things where it's like, become the person you've always wanted to be. Like become. No, someone shifted my mindset and said, it's not about becoming anything. It's about returning home to who you've always been. And Keya,
it's not profound. I'm sorry. And this is something I always get caught up in too. It's like, and Dave was a big proponent of this concept, which is like, become the person you were meant to become before you forgot who you were meant to become before. It's like, huh? Like, so they don't commit to either side. Is it, I'm always supposed to be striving for more. I'm always supposed to be going after the next goal. I'm always supposed to be signing up for marathons. I'm always supposed to be thinking about, being more empathetic, more grateful, more rich, more abundant. Or am I supposed to just be happy with who I am? And you ask them that question, they go, both. I'm like, well, that's two different things. How can I constantly never be satisfied and always going for the next thing, and also be like, oh, well, I'm just happy with who I am and I'm okay with myself? I mean, maybe there's some quantum balance, but I feel like what sells is becoming more, showing up more for yourself, whatever that means, finding yourself. That is an action. That is not just accepting who you are. And I feel like she's backtracking, but then I think she'll maybe inadvertently or subconsciously still push and promote like being better, healing. Now, instead of being better, it's healing. Healing is just another version of becoming more. It's becoming more whole, becoming more balanced. It's like, it's hustle culture wrapped up with a fucking wellness bow on it. It's like hustle culture that says namaste at the end. That's it. That's where we're at.
Part of why some of my reconnections from the past, which you know about, people who I've known for 30 years, it's the most beautiful thing that these reconnections actually began to happen serendipitously or by God.
Well, I mean, even us
before
coming back
Dave
together
passed,
happened
yes,
in 2022.
And it gave me, but I had to create a clearing from the old. It gave me the support and the being held that I needed to make it through what was so hard. So 2022, the worst year of my life. I'm just going to
What happened? What happened in 2022? Because actually,
don't know.
I told you, I don't know. These are the things we haven't actually talked about. And we
That's
were
the
like,
sign of a great friend. We can disappear for years and then love each other.
I know. And yesterday I was like, I want to know about.
It's a sign of a predator as well. They leave me alone, and then all of a sudden when I'm the most vulnerable and they happen to have a company that, you know, takes advantage of people that are vulnerable, in my opinion, and charges them money to heal them and mediumship their books, she showed up again. Wow, what are the odds here?
Your anxiety attacks. I want to know what happened last year. And you said, let's do it on the podcast. So this is like fresh for me.
Oh, that's right. You've never heard.
And that way I get to really ask you questions of like truth. Like, I don't know what happened.
How come we know?
Yeah.
She doesn't know.
So
It's
Heidi pre-anxiety and panic attacks was the Heidi that I think the world knows me as. And I'm going to name that Heidi.
Yeah.
Heidi Powell.
Yeah.
Because that's who she was.
Yep.
And she does not exist anymore. Right. And I mean, I'm here, but it was me.
Yeah.
Right. With layers and layers of filters and identities and roles. And as much as I felt like I was authentic, I was as authentic and real as I knew how to be.
Yeah. But I've never known you to be a fake person.
Yeah.
So none of this was fake.
None of it was fake.
It was like a muscle.
It was like
none of it was fake, but it was a persona that was fake and not me. So it was real then, or it wasn't real? This is a predicament. I feel like her body language right here is like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know what I'm even saying either right now. And I don't know what's right to say and what's wrong to say, but I'm just going to go for it. Which, hey, that's what we're all doing. We're all winging it these days.
It was not fake.
It was, no, it was, I thought that's what was important. Right. So it was like, okay, my providing for and when I say money and finances, I don't mean I was like, I'm going to be the richest woman in the world. No, I provide for my kids.
Yeah.
Bottom line, end of story. I mean, I have help, like Chris is amazing. And obviously he and I split, but like in my home, I provide for these kids and I never have not, even when there was a man in my life.
I know.
I have never accepted anything from a man.
I know.
What do you mean by that? You never accepted anything from a man, like what, free gifts, or like what do you mean by that? Because I find that to be highly unlikely. If you and Dave split your business expenses and had the business together, isn't that doing it together, or am I misunderstanding that? Like, that's not what she means here. Pablo Hormone. Have you balanced your Pablo hormones today? Ask Rachel. Pablo Hormone says, I want to visit Keya Sean and start a podcast. Keya Shan, because I love me and I am rooting for me. Love you, Keya. You want to visit Keya Sean? Oh, Keya Sean, like the country that I am launching. Hard launch. My new nation will be launching in summer 2024. I want you all to be there. It's like a mix of Cabo and Mykonos with a little bit of Nice, France, and a lot of bit of Boulder, Colorado. And it's going to be located in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. And you can only arrive via the Toyota Highlander. Okay, cool. That's the only way to get there. Sponsored by Toyota Highlander. What does it look like? Don't ask me. Thank you, Pablo. And for that I say,
it's okay to cry.
It is. And also,
you're not Mel Robbins. You'll never be Mel Robbins.
Yeah, Pablo. Decipher that. Digest that. Okay? Thank you. All right. It'll be a democracy that I solely run and control, and I am the only vote.
But yeah, so it was the me that felt like I needed to carry the weight. This was pre-God. Okay. This was before I understood the idea of being equally yoked with somebody who's not a man on this earth, but is God and Jesus. Right. Like I thought I had to carry the entire load myself. So I was, and I'm going to be really careful with this, what I'm about to say, because I don't want this to be taken the wrong way. And you can if you want to, but
thank you.
I realize now I had a little bit of maybe I got to be careful here, but a God complex, not in that I thought I was God.
Yeah.
But in that I didn't even know that somebody could be there to carry the weight with me.
Yeah.
Because I was disconnected from God. I was disconnected from church and religion. Not that I think you need church or religion, right? Yeah. I was disconnected from source and spirit and Mother Nature. I was disconnected. And it created this cycle of not it wasn't greed. It was fear.
Totally.
It was a cycle of fear. Like I need to.
Totally. I could never say that you were greedy for sure. I wasn't around because I wasn't there because we only hang out when you're super low. But yeah, definitely. I don't know. It just seems like this is kind of sad now, honestly. It's just sad because this is what happens and I get it. I understand it. Like I have not gone through it, but grief, I think her having panic even in advance of Dave dying. I think Dave and her's chaotic relationship. I think her divorce, honestly, is something she's still not obviously over. It does cause this in people. It's just sad to see it publicized. And I'm not even wanting to criticize her so much anymore. Honestly, I am obviously doing that currently right now in real time. Excuse me. Oh my God, source telling you to shut up. I'm canceling. Goodbye. No. But what was I saying? So, that was a weird train of thought. God, what the hell was I just saying? I don't know. Bonjour, Nancy. Thank you. Maybe it'll come back to me. Bonjour, Nancy says, LOL, I'm in Boulder, Colorado. Well, you will feel right at home in Keya, okay? And that may be an offensive thing to say. I have no idea if I'm allowed to say that just adding stan to the end of my name may be not okay. Let me know. Should I be canceled?
No.
Or maybe yes? Perhaps.
I have a new epiphany. I have a new revelation every single time.
Oh, that did pique my memory again. Thank you, bonjour. Bonjour, Nancy. Thank you. So it's sad to see because this is just kind of like one of those, I think, natural things that happens. Like people who are going through really traumatic times, they don't know where to turn. They turn to a religion, a cult. They go into these deep, high control groups perhaps, or even in a lesser sense, they find God in some way and they make it their personality because that is what it's promoted in these spaces. And that's fine. I can't really fault you for doing that. I think that's the natural human inclination, is to try to find community in times of stress, is to try to understand life when it is so understandable. It is so like, why did this person die? Why did this happen? Why did this blah, blah, blah? And nothing makes sense. You try to put your pieces together and make it make sense. The thing that I'm doing now here, which I think is more important than criticizing even Rachel and Heidi, I think it's more funny this way to kind of like point out the idiocies of all this stuff. But it's really for people watching to point out like, this person is not someone you should pedestal. This is someone that is going through a stressful time who believes they are a leader in some way. And I believe they are not. I don't think that this person has anything of value. They have not gone through school. They have not done any training that kind of like allows them to have this trauma, but also be able to teach because they have the knowledge and they have the, ethics to do it. This is someone who is putting out their personal information and is displaying it for the world to see for no good reason. And keep that in mind. Don't find this inspirational. Find this concerning and have empathy for them. I have empathy for both of these people, but I don't think that their content, which is what this is good for the world. Honestly. So that's where I go, okay, there needs to be some criticism. There needs to be some recognition that this is not normal behavior. This is not something that we should think is a good thing. In my humble opinion, that's how I'm coming from this, just so everyone knows. Okay. Anyways, back to it. I'll shut up for a minute.
Be able to provide for my kids. I'm just going to work hard so I can make the money. And then I'm going to pull back, because you've known me. As long as you've known me, I've said, I'm a mom. Yeah. I want to be with my kids. I don't want to do all this. But having to carry the weight in a home of being the mother and the father, which is the nurturer and the provider and the protector. It's like, it is single moms out there. You feel it. And I'm even going to include single dads, because you provide, you protect.
Dads, though.
And you also have to nurture and love. And it's a heavy burden. And so that dictated and guided this fear of, what if I can't provide? What if and if I can't provide, or I can't be, okay, am I enough? What are people going to think of me if I am not using my talents and my gifts? Because I know I have talents and gifts. Like, what would they think if I didn't have a lot, or I didn't? Because they're going to be like, hi, I have this idea that people always look at me and say, she's so successful. Yeah. Okay. So what does it mean about me if I have to go back into my home and with my kids? And so there was ego there too. Yeah. And so this
it's definitely ego for sure. And I get that as well. But it's like, I don't think that's the thing. It's like giving up this persona that you figured it all out, giving up the God complex that you have somehow surpassed everyone else who's struggling and have made it. In a lot of ways, she did make it. She had a TV show. Like, that's huge. She has got probably at some point millions of dollars, I would imagine. But I don't think it's fair to say Chris is not a provider in her life. I mean, he has the kids, I believe, 50% of the time. And her other ex-husband, I believe, also has the kids a good amount of the time. I don't find that she's a single mother, I guess, in a way. But I feel like, to me, single mom and single dad, and I also criticize Dave for calling himself a single father when Rachel was also taking care of the kids half the time. To me, a single mom, and how I define it, is like, the dad's not in the picture. The dad is, went for a carton of milk and never came back. And the mom is like 100% providing for that child. Now, maybe they get child support or something. I still consider that a single mom. But when it's like 50-50 custody and like you both have jobs and you're both, like, I just find it to be a little bit not how I define it. And maybe that's old school thinking. Maybe I'm like a boomer to think that, but I think it has a different connotation. Like, I was a provider. Like, yeah, when you're with your kids Monday through Thursday, you are the sole person, but then you also have help. So it does balance. I don't know. It's just kind of weird. I think they want to be victimized a little bit, or want to be seen as like, I'm not perfect. Look, I'm a single mom just like you. But if you're a single mom and you're, really roughing it out there, this is not relatable, I don't think.
Cycle was perpetuating over and over and over. And it was like like the faster I would have to run faster. Mm-hmm. Right. And the more I built, the more it drained me. And the more it drained me, I felt like the more I had to build. And then the more I built, the more it drained me. So it was this like, the more I had,
it's loading,
the less I actually had. Yeah. And so go into 2022, January 2022, I had started these challenges, which, man, if anyone listening was a part of these challenges, I did 5 for over a year and a half, maybe 2 years. And Kira, they were magic. Yeah. The women.
Fiona, thank you, Fiona. Welcome for 9 months. Woo, woo, woo. 9 months. That's a lot of months. That's so many months.
What's the one thing that your optometrist doesn't want you to know about?
They don't want you to know that you've been a member for 9 months on this channel, Fiona. Woo! Fiona says, I can speak Spanish really well. Pinchos. I can play that for you. You want to hear that? Here you go.
I speak Spanish pretty well. Pinchos.
Pinchos. Also, here's another Rachel Hollis classic.
I took a pill in Ibiza. No, I didn't take any pills.
There you go. Thank you, Fiona. Maybe we'll make it to a year also. Oh my God, 3 months. Anniversary. Thank you.
And the men, but it was predominantly women. And the transformation that happened on a heart level, like the women I saw learn to love who they were. So I don't regret any of it. I'm so glad I did as many as I did, even though there was an energetic conflict for me at a point. But I had started those. Dave gave me kind of the belief in myself to start these, and I did. And in 2022, the beginning of 2022, when I was deep into these with Dave kind of as my co-partner, he had some public struggles. And that was really hard for me because he and I were very closely connected in business and a partnership, man.
In business? Give me a break, girl. Come on. We are very closely connected in business. Okay. You guys weren't like kissing on the internet constantly? Okay.
I had a relationship that I publicly put online, which I'll never do that again.
Yeah. Good idea.
And so the emotional stress and the stress just in general of business and carrying the weight and being a mom at a time where these challenges were getting big.
Yeah.
And I was running my first full event. I mean, so all of these firsts for me, and I felt like I was carrying this, and I kept saying, I'm done. I can't do this. I can't do this. I can't do this. Yet I kept going. Yeah. And there was a call in me that was like, you need to slow down. You need to slow down. My mom would call me crying and she would just say, my best friend, Jackie, would call me and say, Heidi, you can't keep up this pace forever. And my response was, but I have to.
That's what all the haters were saying too. Everyone who actually, I think, cares, I don't know, like her family, like I'm not someone who I don't know Heidi. I'm not caring about her, but like, I think the haters have more concern about like, this seems like a bad lifestyle to live. This seems like chaotic. This seems like a lot of pressure on the kids to be everywhere all the time and her to do an event and all this stuff. The only people who are like saying that this is what she should be doing are the other people who are enabling her. Like this girl would have said, yes, you have to provide this event for humanity to survive. Like the Jay Shettys of the world, the people she was surrounding herself with, the Daves, were pushing her into these places that a lot of people from the outside were probably like, why? Just go home with your kids, spend a weekend at the spa by yourself or whatever. Like that's what everyone has been saying. And it's so funny that they come to these conclusions, but they say, oh, all the haters on the way ruined my time. Okay, I can feel that. I get that. But also, were we right though? Kind of like what we've been saying from day one, which is like, slow down. What's your deal? Like no one's expecting this from you. Don't expect, everyone to be perfect all the time. And why are you making these programs to push people into being this like, I'm invincible, superhuman? It's like, just be like normal for a second. And then they come to the conclusion and they're like, oh yeah, I did this through God. It's like, you could have just read Reddit for 5 minutes.
Yeah. So Keya, when I saw you yesterday, cry and say, crying? I'm exhausted. For anyone listening, we went to a place called Reconnect yesterday, which is a healing center with cold plunge, infrared sauna, breath work.
Cold plunge.
And I don't know if you want to share.
My marriage of 20 years ended in September of 2022. I have 5 kids. And so, I've run business. I own a publishing house and I help authors and I love what I do like more than anything in the world. But like the responsibility and emotionally be there for them and be the husband and the wife, like the father and the mother, and to do it while building business.
I know, Keya.
Like, and like they've had struggles, obviously, right? Their parents just went through a divorce. So then it's also like,
I don't know, like maybe get a regular job. I don't know. Like no one says you got to go to like, seminar centers in Reno, Nevada and try to recruit women who are going through hard times. Like no one's forcing you to do that. And if it's stressful for you, it's stressful for the world to experience it too. So maybe you should stop, take it as a sign and stop.
Like managing their struggles and doing my own trauma work because I am really dedicated to healing. And I've traveled nonstop for the last 3 weeks.
There's not a tear in there.
And
There's not a tear. Stop touching your eyes. There's not a goddamn tear in there anymore. You've got them. If you could be blubbering and wipe it once and you're good. Why do these people constantly like, it's like performative tears. Like, I am going through stuff. Blah, 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 blah.
I broke last night at Reconnect.
I think you cracked in a way that's letting the light in, right? I think sometimes we see breakdowns as weakness, and it was
a crack.
The crack that allowed healing to make its way in.
And what I really heard, which is so interesting because this is everything you're talking about, is, you know, they put me in the compressor like on my heart and my legs, so I couldn't move.
Yeah.
And the second I was there, I felt my heart go.
Yeah.
And I was like, I can't be in a place that I can't control.
Yeah.
This is the scariest place I've ever been. And what all the processing I did, I came down to, I don't even let God carry me, which is weird because I work with God.
We're talking about
all
this
day.
What? Yes.
All day long I work with God. I'm a medium. I channel all day.
Do you realize that is like a sense of, it's kind of like,
because does God in the traditional sense of the Bible approve of mediumship? I feel like I have not heard that. I've actually heard the opposite, that that is sort of like throw her in the lake, like the Christians back in the day would say. This is this new world in which everything's accepted, and crystals and Bibles and channeling books and the universe and Jesus Christ and Moses is all in one. It's very interesting. It's very interesting.
Like God complex, right? So we want to say we believe and we want them, but like we don't want to hand over. We don't trust enough to hand the reins over to him.
Right. Right. And so yesterday, as I've got snot just rolling down my face, it's fine. Yesterday, as I
unedited, remember?
As I was sitting in the cold plunge and she's got her hand on my heart, which, like, if we could rewind just really quick, 2 weeks ago, I got carpal tunnel. And like, I asked my angels, because I work with them all day, I'm like, what does this mean? And they were like, your heart's blocked. Like, okay. I went to my chiropractor like 5 days later and I was like, I don't know about this carpal tunnel. He's like, your heart's blocked.
I remember you saying you felt your heart.
Unedited, glaring jump cut. Okay, so we got another Louise Hay in our midst. All right, so she's got carpal tunnel. It's not that she's writing all day or she's, you know, I don't know, like 90 other million people in the world at any given time, probably. I don't know the statistics on carpal tunnel, but no, it's because her heart is blocked. Is this an artery issue or what? What does this mean? And what's the point of making you have the illness when you are conversing with your angels all day? Why don't they just tell you the notes? Why do they have to give you a physical ailment that you have to then ask about? Why don't they just tell you directly if you're talking to them all day? I know it's not logical. I'm trying to make logic out of nonsense.
I was like, oh, my heart just cracked. And I was like,
I'm like, how do you crack your heart? Your back?
It's coming. It's coming.
Oh.
And then last night, it was like in the cold plunge where I was like, God, I'm done carrying it all. Like, just take it all. I'm not going to carry this anymore. So you saying this is like, that's what happened last night for me.
I love that. And it was actually a really beautiful thing to experience. I was in my own zone next to you. We were in compression. I had the beanbag thing on my eyes and I had it.
When I was in beanbag therapy, I just feel like knowing some of these people in person, not like these people, but people who are very into this stuff. And when I was into this stuff and I know my own mental state at that time, like they have the most ailments all the time. There's always illness. There's always carpal tunnel, like these types of things. And they're always constantly healing all these things. And then it's healed for a second. And then the next big revelation comes and the next like epiphany comes and the next lesson that they just learned. It never ends. It never ends. And the fact that these two people converse with God and talk to angels and go to, cryotherapy every single day and still are struggling so much, take it as a sign. It ain't working. But normal people, I feel like the average normal people that don't do anything, that just live sort of normally, maybe they go to real therapy, they're not experiencing all these highs and lows and highs and lows and highs and lows and crying and breakdown, and then like a rebirth. It's not healthy, in my uneducated opinion.
I started crying because you were crying
so hard.
And it was beautiful to hear Jeremy, who owns the place and is also a master breathwork instructor.
Yeah.
It was beautiful to hear him coach you through and support you in a way that didn't take it from you.
I know.
But in a way that empowered you. And I think that's really important for us to identify, is when we're feeling our pain and our struggle and our stress, we automatically think, I want someone to take this from me. I want someone to, when really all we need is someone to believe and empower and love us through it and let us know that we can do it. It's your necklace. It's my necklace. Everything I need is within me. And what is within us? We talked about it.
Yeah.
God. Yes. And so and your crack, but real quick, I was crying because it was beautiful. And so I had my own totally different experience in that moment where I was hearing pain. Be released.
Yeah.
I was hearing
it was,
and then I was hearing another soul like almost sing to you. He wasn't really singing, but it felt like that to me. It was harmonious. It was like he was like singing you through, hey, this is okay.
Yeah.
This is beautiful.
I know.
And to be reminded that our ugliest is actually beautiful, I think is what we need to hear.
It
right?
is. Okay, and this is so unlike me to pull out notes, but I'm going to read something that you wrote.
Oh, okay.
It's the crack.
Let's see. Okay, so I wrote it down. Okay, you said self-acceptance is accepting all of the dark and the light, the good and the bad, making peace with it, and finally allowing others to see and love us for who we are.
I wrote that?
Yeah, I got that from your Instagram.
This is what's crazy. So let me just tell you, when you talk about channeling, I don't even know what that is, right? I hear you. And so I'm kind of learning.
Me neither. It means nothing, Heidi.
I'm not that evolved yet. But
they're all lying, okay? Let's just, for the record, everyone who says they're channeling something is a goddamn liar at the best, and at the most sad and worst, delusional, and probably mentally ill. Sorry to say, that's the truth coming from me.
But what I do believe is I believe that anything that I ever say, and I felt this even before I let God take my load, anything I ever say that makes impact is not me speaking.
100%.
It's when I get out of my head and I open up my heart and I just speak and go with it. I truly believe that we all are here as mouthpieces for God's messages or other people's messages to be shared.
Yeah.
And so there are times that's one of them.
Yeah.
Because this was just a couple days ago.
Yeah.
But I'll watch videos and be like, I said that?
Yeah.
Like, I don't even know that. I don't even know it.
Yeah, because you don't believe it. You're just spewing trash that you heard someone else say at some point. Yeah, that tracks for me because you don't believe it. You're just like, oh, I heard a quote the other day that life doesn't happen to me. It's like, ugh. That's why it doesn't resonate. That's why it's like not a core belief of yours. Like, I don't remember saying that. Yeah, because you don't really truly believe it.
I know.
But my heart knew it at the moment or felt it and felt like it needed to share it.
Well, and
but I love that. I'm like, that's amazing. Thank you for reminding me.
Well, like a channel is like, it's just a river. Yeah. Right. So you're just opening up saying, all right, God, like I'll be a vessel. Just work through me. That's just all channeling is. So you channel all day long. Wow. You just don't call it that. Right.
So basically what I always hear what these people say that like God is not, he needs help. He can't hold his own load on his own. So he has to use you as a mouthpiece on earth to relieve himself of the burden of being God. It's like, I don't know. Why would I need to use you as a vessel? You blondies.
Right?
Yeah.
So like that message was like, when I was looking through your stories, like, oh, that's a message we talk about.
Can we read it again?
Yeah. Self-acceptance is accepting all of the dark and the light, the good and the bad, making peace with it, and finally allowing others to see and love us for who we are.
Nobody else, though, can ever see and love us for who we are until we choose to see and love us for all of who we are.
Yeah. Yeah.
I love that.
Yeah.
I'm going to go back to the crack that I saw in you, and why it was so beautiful and magical to me is because I truly believe I was witnessing you preventing a panic attack in the future that lands you in the hospital. That's what I was witnessing. Because for me, so I halfway through the year in 2022, to kind of go back into time, we talked about how I did an event in April that literally, it was beautiful and so hard.
Yeah.
I'm not proud of how I was as a mom, and I wasn't mean or I wasn't yelling. Even worse, I wasn't present mentally. Like I would be there with them, but I wasn't mentally there. My mind was on the things that I felt like I had to do.
Yeah.
Right. Instead of the things where I knew God wanted me to be, like the things I had to do for me and my business. And that created a lot of stress and anxiety in me. And then I remember in June, I never let myself break. So when you broke, it was awesome. I never let myself break. I am a pretty tough person, and it's become an identity that I have to take.
Unlike you, I'm a tough person. I never break, unlike you, but yeah, that's cool for you, I guess. I'm glad you had a crack. I'm glad that you do crack, but I don't, because I say crack is whack, and I don't do crack. Thank you, Taro. Thank you, Taro, for joining us. Look at her. Look at this little princess. She is the most princessy princess that's ever been a princess before. Baby Rupert's dad. Thank you so much. Baby Rupert's dad says, Baby Rupert's dad said, I'd take God's load any day. Well, that's good to know. That's good information. We should share that on the internet. God, let me take your load from you. I know you've been walking a long time.
Oh, okay. Colt.
Kitty, I can't click the button.
It hurts. It stings.
That's what God says when these white ladies on their couch are like, I'm too busy to take your load today, God.
It hurts. It stings.
He also says,
oh, it's a cult.
Thank you, Baby Rupert's dad, for that lovely information. We all appreciate it. Kitty, what are you doing?
Peel away.
Yeah.
I remember Dave would try and get me to slow down. And that was actually what was so beautiful about him, is he always was like, you
So
can't.
were the
And so
haters.
he would jump in to help to try and lift the load. And I just, as someone would lift a load, I'd fill that load. I like the bandwidth that would open. I'd be like, okay, now let's do this. And he'd be like, let me take that from you. Okay, now let's do this. Like, it was just like, it was a hamster wheel. I was digging a hole in the sand and the water just kept coming up to fill it. And in June,
Because that's a good distraction away from your actual problems. Okay. That's like therapy 101. You learn that on like week 1. Like, actually, you put yourself in these situations so you don't have to face your own demons. A console. Thank you. What do you have to say, console? Let's see if it loads. We got to take a load. Let's take the load off while the chat loads. Oh, did I miss one? No, I didn't. A console, 13 months. Oh my gosh. You're over it. Ow. The claws hurt. You're over a year old. Oh my gosh. Congratulations. That means you're almost at level 4 indoctrination into my philosophy and my upcoming cult, which will be on the island, Keya.
This spells cult, C-U-L-T.
That's where we're going to soft launch. You can bring a sleeping bag and I'll provide the mosquito nets. And then we'll all have a grand old time. What is this one?
I don't know anything more cultish than that.
True. Also this one.
We're talking about something awful, terrible, the unimaginable.
I need to use that soundbite more. It's so good. And finally, a console for being more than a year on this channel, which is a dedication unlike any I've ever heard of in my life. I say this.
As you laugh while you're getting ready for bed, instead of praying to God, you're praying, I'm dead.
There you go. That's my poem, and I'm sticking to it. Thank you, a console. And welcome back. Here we go.
I was like, I can't go on.
Yeah.
I was just miserable in June. And I remember Dave had asked me a question because I thought it was about business. I thought I was miserable about business.
Yeah.
And David said, well, okay, with your business, because I was so business centric, where do you want it to be in 10 years? Where do you want, like you need to cast a vision. Dave would always say, cast a vision.
I love those words.
He would.
Cast a vision. Like a net.
And I was like, I can't cast any vision. And he was just like, what?
What's your 5-year plan? What's your 10-year plan? I've never thought of that before.
You need to envision where, like, it's really impossible, Heidi, for us to build when we don't know where you want to go. And he was right. Because we were just, there was just momentum.
Yeah.
Like it just created itself. That's the story of my life. Everything just
the
creates
hurricane.
itself.
The hurricane just,
there's never a plan.
I love it.
It creates itself. And I'm like, we gotta create a plan now.
Yeah.
And so it was creating itself. And he's like, we need to figure out, like, what does the end in mind look like?
Yeah.
What does 10 years from now look like?
Yeah.
And I actually stopped him.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I don't care about what my business looks like in 10 years. I care about what my life looks like in 10 years. Why am I even thinking about business? Because there was just so much sadness and emptiness. There was a void and I had more and nothing at the same time. Nothing. I mean, I had everything and nothing, right?
Yeah.
And so I took some time and I actually was like, what does 10 years from now look like?
Yeah.
Dave and I were apart at the time. We broke up a lot in 2022 and that was another part of the stress, right?
Yeah.
And my vision was so clear. I remember that night when I went to go think about it, went to go feel it.
Yeah.
And my vision in 10 years. And I'm like, hey, all the parts, God, whoever, show me all the parts. Heidi, show me all the parts. And business had no place in my picture in 10 years. None. And I'm not saying
That's crazy.
I'm not going to have a business in 10 years, but what that told me is that
wouldn't that mean exactly what that means? I didn't see a business in 10 years. That doesn't mean I won't have a business. So what does it mean then? It means nothing then. Oh. It means that I shouldn't care so much. I should get paid more for caring less about my business. That's what that means.
Everything I was currently working on that I thought was so important had absolutely zero importance in the picture in my head in 10 years. The picture in my head was me in a home that is not this home.
Yeah.
And it might be, but it wasn't in the vision.
Yeah.
It was me in a home.
So what's the point of the vision then? It was me in a home. It might be this home. It didn't look like this home though. So the vision is pointless then, once again.
With grown kids and their grandkids, like their kids, coming to visit me.
Yeah.
And I still remember like the warmth of the light and everything associated with that.
Yeah.
And so that was that clearly is the most important thing to me because it's what shows up when I think about what I want my life to be like. And then I ask myself the question, am I making choices today that are in line with the vision of where I want to go? And that was a gut punch for me because I knew that I wasn't. I knew I wasn't in business, right? Because I was building this vision or whatever, this empire.
Yeah.
And I knew I wasn't in
You had a Facebook group, babe. Come on. I was building. Though my empire began with a little Facebook group and it never grew from there. Let's keep this in mind, everybody. Let's keep this grounded in reality, okay? You had an online weight loss Facebook group. I was the queen of an empire. Okay.
Relationship.
Relax.
Because of the distance with me and Dave and a handful of other factors, he and I knew there wasn't long-term potential, yet we continued to hold on.
Yeah.
And so I had a really great conversation with Dave about that. And we both had kind of gotten on the bandwagon of, okay, maybe it's time for both of us now to chase after what we know is meant for us.
Yeah.
And guess that didn't work out.
We started down that path.
Ultimately.
I started to say, I'm going to scale down business, and I couldn't do it. I got drawn back because of fear, right?
Yeah.
So fear brought me back to not just the same business, but more business. Fear brought me and Dave back together because who am I if I'm not, all of these things? And then in July, after a couple, like me trying and then being pulled back, it's like that quote came to pass again. The universe will continue to remove from your life the things that you place your value in until you realize it's not there. I had one night in a hotel where I thought I was dying, and I was actually having a panic attack.
Where were you at?
Dave and I were in Vegas.
Okay.
And I already wasn't feeling well. I have Epstein-Barr, and Dave was trying to get me to relax. And
Oh, okay. Colts.
The Epstein-Barr thing is questionable to me because if you follow Medical Medium says everybody has Epstein-Barr, everything is Epstein-Barr, and he also says heavy metals cause Epstein-Barr. That is his entire book in a nutshell, and that you should drink celery juice and not eat eggs and you'll be good to go. And Heidi never said, this is like probably 2 years ago also, maybe 3 years ago now. She came out one day and said, I was diagnosed with Epstein-Barr. Never talked about it again. But then she said, I got tested and they found heavy metals in my hair follicle. And then again, never heard about it again. Didn't say who the doctor was, or I guess they wouldn't say who the doctor was if it was a real doctor. But I have a feeling that she went to a person like this, I'm a naturopath, healing energy worker, that you can call me a doctor if you want, because I'm really a healer, like whatever. Okay, so she went to someone, I don't know. This is all just speculation. That was in that vein, spiritual woo-woo, and they follow Medical Medium, and they said, oh, yep, you're having any symptom about you're not feeling good, you feel anxious, Epstein-Barr. Oh, you have hair loss, Epstein-Barr. And that's how she got diagnosed. That is my leap. Don't know. She could have been medically diagnosed. Who's to say? But it is suspicious that she is a woo-woo type person infiltrated by these types of people. And then Epstein-Barr would be the thing that she's been diagnosed with. That's all I'm going to say.
I have no facts. You are not required to get the flu this year.
Right?
It reminds me of something from the war.
Great. Anyways, okay. Oh, Darby DeFord. Thank you so much, Darby DeFord. Darby DeFord says, I've got to start the video over because I was late, but I wanted to leave this message for my future self. Clear, clear, clear. Well, you're going to be, in 2.5 hours time, you are going to be so happy because...
Clear, clear, clear.
And also, actually, let's just take 1 second. We'll get right back into it, I promise. But I just want to take this moment to collectively thank you for being here with me today and every day on Keya's World. We are one. We are collectively loading up our loads and sending it up to God and squirting it in the face of the enemy. And And it's really nice and peaceful in this world. And I appreciate you being here. God bless. I'm rooting for you. Okay. I gotta work on my meditation. But that was something.
The mango frequency.
It meant just as much as this. At least I spoke English. All right. Okay. Thank you, Darby. I appreciate it. Here you go.
Was like, I can't relax. I was still connected to business. And he was like, come on, let's just have fun. You need to get out of your business. And you said you want more space. And I was fighting that. And I was working almost the entire time.
Yeah.
And then there was guilt because Dave was there wanting me to relax. There was guilt because my kids were at home. They were with their dads. It wasn't my week, but still there's guilt. Like,
I'm a single mom. I'm responsible 1000% for my children. My kids were at their dads. Oh, the truth comes out.
And then there was guilt and pressure because of everything I had to do for work. And I still couldn't see a clear future. And I'm like, I got to build more. Like my mind was everywhere but where it was supposed to be. And I remember laying in bed.
Yeah.
And my heart had a palpitation.
It cracked.
And then that threw me into it like a spin.
Yeah.
Because I thought I had some heart things a few years back.
Yeah.
And I never tied a bow on it. So then I'm like, I'm having a heart attack. And so that started me like freaking out as I was laying there. Then I started breathing. The fear started creeping in. And then, I mean, before I knew it, I was hyperventilating.
Yeah.
My heart rate was like, I think 150 beats per minute. It was crazy.
Yeah.
My world started going black. My hands started caving in, like doing this. So anyone who's had an anxiety attack or a panic attack knows. I did not know.
Okay, no. I've had many a panic attack. I've never convulsed. The only time I've ever convulsed is when I did breath work. So I cannot say that is a universal experience. I never convulsed. I hyperventilated for sure. Heart, pounding, crazy, fear, all of that. But the hand convulsing, I have not experienced that personally.
It was panic. I actually thought I was dying.
Yeah.
I thought it was a heart issue that I never wrapped up.
Yeah.
And that thought just kept going. And I'm like, I can't believe what an idiot. I didn't ever figure that out. I had Dave call the paramedics or whatever. They came up
or whatever,
hooked me up to vitals. They're like, you're fine. You're just having a panic attack. And I was like actually blacking out. And I was convinced that they had it wrong because I'm like, they didn't do an EKG. They didn't look at my heart. What if I have a clot? I mean, because I never experienced anything like it before. So I ended up not sleeping at all that night. Yeah. And the second in the morning, Dave drew open the blinds and I saw daylight. I freaked out again because I thought I was dying.
Yeah.
And I thought I was going to die without my kids. And that was terrifying because all I had that entire night of no sleep.
Okay. I hate to say this because I do believe this story is real because she told it, I think, before Dave passed, but I feel like the reason she tells it again, maybe, perhaps, is because there's like, she tends to compete, I think, with her children. I've noticed, like, if her daughter does a cartwheel, she'll do a cartwheel. If when Dave was in the picture, Dave's daughter, would do something cute, like Heidi would do something cute. It was always like a competition. I wonder if Dave's death garnered so much attention. Obviously, who cares? Like, he's dead. It's not the race is not worth it. But because it like got so many headlines and all the gurus were talking about it and reflecting on him and whatever, that she feels like she has to tell this story because I almost died too. I felt like I was dying. I didn't die, but I almost felt like it. So I'm also relevant too. I wonder if there's a little bit of that going on, like a little bit of like very unhealthy competition, even past, posthumously with Dave.
Were regrets because I actually thought I was dying.
Yeah.
I had regrets of how present I was not emotionally and mentally for my kids. That's all that I had. I had no regrets of anything in business.
Yeah.
And so blinds open, I'm like, holy crap, a day is here in a life that I don't love. Another day. I don't know how I'm going to handle it. I ended up having another panic attack that then we took me to the hospital because I'm like, I'm telling you, it's not panic.
Yeah.
It's more.
Yeah.
And I remember them checking me in and I was just hyperventilating, crying, sobbing in the waiting room.
Yeah.
And she said, what's your profession? And it just was like, broke down because it was tied to a role that I had that I thought I had value in that really was controlling me instead of me controlling it. So the panic attack was a lot.
Yeah.
And it was I spent a whole week after I went home. I spent an entire week. They had to heavily sedate me in the hospital.
Wow. A whole week?
Keira, I don't take sick days.
She was heavily sedated in the hospital for a week. Did I know that? I don't think I knew that specific detail. I heard the night paramedics, next day hospital, and then that costs a lot of money. Are they sedating people in the hospital for panic attacks these days? Like, that doesn't seem typical. What?
No, I don't think I've ever known you to be sick.
I don't back out of things.
No.
And
that ain't true. That ain't true, girl. That ain't true. She backed out of a fitness competition. She backed out of her, then she went back, I guess, afterwards. But she backed out of doing the group at one point. It's okay to back out of things. It's okay to say no also. That's the point. Like, you don't have to, I never take a sick day. It's okay to take a sick day. It's okay to take a vacation. That's actually not a virtue to not do those things. FYI.
I spent a week. I have more business going on than ever. I have teams creating for me. I think I was in the middle of a challenge. I don't know.
I have teams creating for me. Sounds like you got it under control. Sounds like they can do it.
But it was a whole whatever. And I couldn't get on one single team call. I actually said, can't do one.
Wow.
I tried on like a Wednesday to get on a call and I lasted 5 seconds because when I heard other people's voices, I started sobbing and I had to hang up right away because life in that moment was too painful for me to be in.
Yeah.
I think also she did the event after this. She held, self-help seminar groups. Again, it's like weight loss, but also a lot of like self-love and mental wellness and nutrition and all that. After this, and in the midst of this, why would this person who's obviously in a crisis be qualified to teach other people? And I think, again, I've said this many times, they think my worst, my crisis, my cracking open and crying is still better than the average Joe, than the average Mary Sue down the street. That loser is still worse off than me because I have a huge ego despite my actual life being a total chaotic mess, that they still feel qualified because they look down at everyone else that's not, rich and Instagram famous. That's also my hypothesis.
And so I stayed upstairs in my bedroom.
Yeah.
The blinds were drawn for just about a week.
Wow.
And occasionally I would stand up and say, I know.
Okay, so she was home. So she wasn't in the hospital sedated. She was at her home sleeping. Okay, that's two different things, girl.
Need light, but I have never in my life experienced depression. Ever.
Yeah.
I've never experienced it.
Yeah.
Or anxiety.
Yeah.
Especially at that level.
It was sit down for so many years.
Debilitating. And I was so embarrassed about it. I didn't tell anyone.
Yeah.
I didn't want anyone to know because I was like, here I am teaching women and guiding them.
Yeah.
How to live a life that they love. And holy shit, I don't even like my life. Like, I didn't even know that I didn't like it.
No.
Yeah. Reflect on that. How about we take a goddamn second and go, yeah, great point. How do we move forward from here so that we don't get involved in this anymore? The absolute irony is not lost on me. Please elaborate on that one point of truth right there. Please.
But it was me not cracking, not letting myself break, not letting myself cry to where God was like, you're done.
Yeah.
Like, right now I'm going to put you in timeout for a full week until you can realize what's actually happening in your life, you're living a life that's not for you. Or maybe you're living a life for you instead of for me, I think is what he was saying.
Whoa.
Right. And that was a wake-up call for me. And I spent the next, I put on a happy face, and I'll be honest about that. It was just a happy face from August until end of September.
Yeah.
And I grit and bore through everything, and I was actually miserable.
Yeah.
Like, someone who always found joy in everything in life, like I do today.
Yeah.
I actually thought it was gone forever. I remember being like, this must be a midlife crisis. Maybe this is what they're talking about when life is downhill after a certain age.
Yeah.
I think I just hit it and I'm downhill. Life will never. I had a conversation with my friend Whitney Jones where he said, I don't think it's ever going to be good again. Because
I think maybe not God complex is the right word, but I think it's like I said a minute ago, like these people, especially in the self-help space, and you're really prompted to feel this way, that you're better than everyone else. Like both the guru and the followers are told over and over again that they are better than everyone else, that they see things better, clearer, they're more awake, they're more alive, they're more whatever, everything. Even though those people are the most vulnerable probably in the population that are in these groups and that are going to these things. And I think that's why she's so shocked that she has depression. You don't think a lifestyle that you were living would garner depression? You don't think that, you should probably feel some emotions after getting divorced to someone that you're on TV with? Like, I feel like that's totally a normal reaction, but they think that they are somehow above feeling like the rest of us, which is feeling angry, sad, upset, frustrated, pissed, like, I don't know, a bunch of them, not just joy, love, excitement. It's like gratitude, like that's all great. But like not one person on earth has ever gone through completely without feeling the other side of that. And so I feel like that's where they think like, oh, I had a panic attack because I just didn't know that I was supposed to feel emotions. And it comes out in one way or the other.
You know, when you're sick, you feel like you're never going to be better.
Yeah.
And I, even Ruby, I've posted a million times on Insta that Ruby is my natural antidepressant.
Yeah.
And she has been forever. And I couldn't even find.
I absolutely hate that sentiment. You're going to create, Ruby is going to be me in 20 years. Like my mom did this to me, which was like, she was depressed all the time. And the only thing that like, would pep her up is like me winning something or me performing for her or trying to make her happy. And guess what it made me? Insane. It gave me my own panic attacks. So that is a very unfair pressure to put on a 9-year-old child. I'm sorry. And I know she doesn't think that. I don't think she's purposely doing it, but as someone who experienced similar pressures, it don't end well. It don't end well.
Joy in my kids.
Yeah.
There was not one thing. It was like, I was not on any anti-anxiety, antidepresssion or depression medications.
Yeah.
Maybe I should have been, to be honest.
Yeah.
I probably should have been.
Yeah.
Because I didn't want to, I wouldn't have done anything, but I did not want to be on this planet. Like I was like, I don't want to be here.
Yeah.
And it like, even as I say that, I'm like, man, am I okay saying that? But it's just my truth.
And it's also very real. It's a very real thing.
I know.
It's a very real thing.
Yeah.
So the thing that comes to me that I want to ask you about is that week. We'll call that your rebirth.
Yeah.
What happened? What happened when you were in bed for that week?
Well, I know when my rebirth was.
When was your rebirth?
It wasn't that week. That was my death.
Oh, yeah.
So Heidi Powell died. Like
Heidi Powell did not die. Heidi, you did not die. Dave died. Literally, you are not dead. I really think that she's struggling with this. That she's like, I gotta be the same. I gotta be equal to my man for some weird reason. And that's why she's saying this. It's disturbing and weird. There's no other explanation because what are you even saying? It's so wacky.
Like I actually was talking to a spiritual healer after Dave passed. Yeah. And I brought that up. I said, I actually, with every particle of my being in my soul, I was dying.
Yeah.
I said, I thought I was dying. And she said, Heidi, you were dying. And she said, a part of you died that day. And she said that 2 months after your depression was you grieving the loss of the old you, and you were depressed.
Yeah.
I heard this quote.
What? You're allowed to be upset that a man you loved died. Even if you weren't dating at the time, you are allowed that emotion. It's not that you are dying and reborn, and it's not about you sometimes. It really isn't.
Recently by Jim Carrey that said something along, it basically reframed depression and said depression is your...
It's such a... we should watch that interview that Jim Carrey did, because that comes up so much in these self-help podcasts where it's like, well, Jim Carrey said depression should be reframed as deep rest. That's what it is. And I wonder if that's what he meant. I wonder. Jim Carrey, great actor. Love him. I think he's one of the most talented actors of our time. But he definitely is in the woo. He definitely dabbles. When I was very into all this stuff, woo-woo spirituality stuff, I was like liking his stuff a lot and like feeling like, oh yeah, he's speaking at this college that's Eastern medicine, and like, oh, he's talking to this person and that person. And he was dating, what's the one lady, the anti-vax woman way back when. So there's been signs that he is sort of like into this stuff. And I wonder if what he was saying was taken out of context, or if he's just kind of in this space and does mean that depression isn't real and it's just like, you need to deeply rest and you'll be fine. I don't know. I'd like to watch it. I'd like to hear the whole thing, because I feel like they always take one tiny part of it. And I feel like maybe he didn't mean what he said, perhaps.
Your body's and your soul's way of saying, I need deep rest. So instead of saying, when I'm depressed, no, I'm just in deep rest.
Oh, I've never heard that.
Yeah. And so energetically, it was like Heidi Powell died that day. And I didn't choose it.
No.
God was like, I can't trust you anymore. I keep showing you the signs that you need to go a different direction, and I can't trust you. So she's gone.
Yeah.
Deal with this. Get sad. Go cry, whatever. And right after the depression or the anxiety, my friend Alejandra sent me a book in August. She had a conversation with me and she said, I went through this and this is when I found God. And I was like, I really did. I was like, that's funny. Like, I already have my own relationship with God. I don't need anyone telling me I need more or a different relationship. I've never known anything other.
Yeah.
And she sent me a book called Jesus Calling. It's daily devotionals. And it sat, literally collected dust right over there next to my toaster oven forever. And at the end of September, after 2 months of being so miserable and having to show up on lives and record videos and programs and courses and just like breaking down, like Dave was, I didn't know what I would have done without him. And there was that, I clung to him and a relationship more during that time. It was like, what was I thinking about leaving? Like, I need him, right? I suddenly needed him, I thought.
Yeah.
And because I didn't trust me. And I was sitting right there at that table, and I was miserable, staring out at my pool. And I was like,
that's a good soundbite. I was miserable staring out at my pool. I was miserable staring out at my 400-acre estate. Ugh. I'm not saying you can't be miserable with a pool, but that's just a funny line.
I'm going to grab that book. I don't know why. It wasn't even hey, I don't know. It was more like I've tried everything.
Yeah.
I had my habits I was doing every day. I was doing my routine. I was working out. I was opening up my blinds. I was looking at the sun in the morning for 5 minutes, right? All the things that they say to do.
Yeah.
Nothing worked.
Yeah.
Wow. Amazing. Maybe we should stop peddling that shit on Instagram 24 hours a day and supporting those dumb people that post that, including yourself, Heidi. 5 tips to not be depressed. Go outside and get sun in your eyes. Put your toes in the dirt and make sure a worm crawls into your toe so that they give you the enzymes that will make your dopamine levels go up in your head. And then after you stare directly in the sun, talk to God about all your problems. And then it's like, oh my God. And then you won't be depressed. Then work out really, really hard, and then take a cold plunge, jump into the Arctic Ocean 24 times a day. Then you won't be depressed. Depression's not real. You just need to deeply rest, but also don't rest. Get up at 5 a.m. and work and hustle, bitch. Like, I'm so over all this advice.
I have nothing left to lose.
Yeah.
Why am I too prideful to see if God works? And so I was like, something's got to change if I want something to change.
Yeah.
And so I actually grabbed that book, opened up to that day and read it. And I wish I could remember exactly what the passage was, but it resonated with me so much. It talked about how we live in an unraveled and chaotic world. And if we don't turn to him, our energies will be scattered in the winds. And everything about that, my energies, I just started crying.
Yeah.
Because my energy and energies were all being scattered in the wind for as long as I can remember. That's all I was. I was like a pillow with feathers that was opened up, and just, it was like all of my energy. None of it was for me. It was all for everybody else, right? My energy was scattered to the wind in an attempt for them to tell me I was enough, or to be whatever it was. And I lived. It says we live in an unraveled and chaotic world. And if you don't cling to him, the energy unraveling or the energy scattered, and also you will become unraveled and chaotic. I was becoming unraveled and chaotic.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as noticeable to the outside world because we're like ducks. Like, we paddle like hell underwater and we remain calm on the surface. But
Heidi, it was evident to anyone who's not ridiculous. Anyone who's not trying to take advantage of you in some way to get close to you because you're a celebrity, or to, I don't know what, like fangirl over you and whatever. Everyone else can see it. I'm pretty sure that things were not okay for a long time.
Like, hiding how I felt and how I was the worst thing I could have done, because it was making me more miserable. But I was so scared of people seeing an unhealed, broken woman. Right? So reading that passage, the only way I can explain it was like there was a spark. That's all that it was. It was not this like, oh, God just came to me, but there was a spark. And that spark was so small. And the heat comes from light. Yeah. The heat that came from that spark was so minimal. But my world was so dark and so cold. Yeah. I felt the heat from that. Right? It did not take much. Yeah. And so it was the thing where I was like,
seriously,
okay, that's light. It was the first time I had felt light in so long. I didn't think I could ever feel light again. I think I'm going to try this tomorrow.
Wow.
And I was just crying. And so the next day I did the same, and it was like, oh, there's a spark again. And it's a little bit bigger. Like, I actually saw it for longer than a millisecond. Right. And then it was like every day just committing to that one thing for a while. It became like a small flame. Yeah. And it just grew more and more. So that's my rebirth. And then that over time, that warmth, right? I was like a moth to a flame. And I was like, I don't even know if I believe what I'm reading.
Yeah.
Because I've had that's a different podcast. I've had an experience with religion. And I believe you don't have to be a religious person to be a good person and to have a connection with God. And you don't even have to believe in God. You can believe in what you want. And a good person's a good person. Yeah. Right. And so for me, but I was like, I don't even know if I believe what I'm reading. But what I do know is that felt good. And I want to keep coming back.
Okay. I want to just say two things that came to me when you were talking. One, when you said God was like, Heidi, I don't trust you, so I'm going to take this away. What I heard was God was like, Heidi, I trust you so much that I'm going to move this stuff out of the way so you can really rise in your gifts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love that.
Wait, what? God said that? That was a message direct from God? Direct from god.com at AOL? Hold on.
It was God was like, say two things that came to me.
And I want to
Sorry, I was
keep coming back.
reading a text message because I'm so bored of this shit. Okay, sorry.
Okay, I want to just say two things that came to me when you were talking.
Yeah.
One, when you said God was like, Heidi, I don't trust you, so I'm going to take this away. What I heard was God was like, Heidi, I trust you so much.
Okay. This
that
is
I'm
not a
gonna
channel.
move this stuff out of the way so you can really rise in your gifts.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I love that. Yeah.
She looks uncomfortable with that, honestly, and so am I.
Kind of what I don't want to tangent to too many directions, but I had a feeling like that last night when we were doing our breathwork class.
Yeah.
But the whole journey, and I will say this too, even when October came around and I started feeling more confident, right, in a connection with a higher power.
Yeah.
And I started praying, and it just was like one thing after another. I was like, I don't know who I'm praying to.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's God. I don't know if it's my dad. I don't know if it's Mother Nature. I don't know if it's to myself. Like, what are we praying to? I have no idea.
Yeah.
But what it started to do was give me confidence to make some shifts. And it was a process because I would start to make shifts. Like that is actually about the time Dave and I finally broke up.
Yeah.
Which was super scary. And it was the time that I made the decision to cut off half of my businesses.
Yeah.
And it was super scary.
Which ones? Can you say which ones? Well, is it a big secret? Did you have some sort of like sex dungeon work that you were doing? Like, what is the business that you cut off? Can you just like say the name? Like the app, like you have an app. You're still, I believe, a part of the protein powder business, I think, unless that's gone now. I don't know. But that was like happened later. What businesses did you cut off? I need to know. I don't have context.
So scary that I ended up going back. It was like this ping pong to both things, right? It took me a couple months of back and forth before I was firm in my decision.
Yeah.
I had decided, going back to church doesn't have anything to do with it. But what for me is it kept me close to that flame, right? It kept me, I don't know what it is about it, but it had me feeling close to my power, had me feeling close to source or God, and helped me feel like I could do this.
Yeah.
And that I didn't need a business to define me.
Yeah.
I didn't need a community to tell me that I was changing their lives to make me feel worthy and enough. I didn't need a man who loved me.
Honestly, that I think is something that I have not talked about enough, but I think it's really something that I want to touch on more, is the damage that positivity in a community from the community members actually does to the gurus and the people that are leading. Because I feel like it's hard, I think, as people to hear that you're doing such a good job. You're doing such an amazing job. You saved my life. You changed my life. You're the best. You're the best. But actually doing harm, but being told that you're not. Okay, it's hard to separate it and go and look at it and go, well, these people on the internet that seem really angry and hateful are telling me that I'm messing up. Okay, that seems like they have a problem. They're haters. But these people who are paying me money and helping me live a lifestyle that I like are telling me that I am so great and so amazing and so beautiful and whatever. So that to me means that I'm doing a good job, even though it's like those people are gaslighting you because they can see the chaos and they can see like all of the problems going on probably, but they want you for their own reasons. They want you to help them in their lives. They don't care if your life is suffering. It's like, they're just going to tell you, oh, you help me, you help me, you help me. I'm sure that is confusing and hard, but I really think there needs to be a little bit more responsibility on the part of people giving out positive compliments that's going to sound weird. I mean it in the extreme end of the spectrum. If you tell someone like, oh, nice hair, or you did a good job, like that's fine, obviously. But worshiping someone is actually, I think, extremely harmful to the person being worshipped. Even though it feels good, long term, it's probably just as bad as like an abuser love bombing you. Even though you're like a community member, all the people in the group that were like gassing her up all the time probably was more harmful to her than the haters saying like she should slow down, because look at what happened. Look what happened. She came to the same conclusion, but it was probably harder to get there because she had this insular group pushing her forward and paying her money and saying, go girl, you go girl. I don't know how to define that. Maybe there's already a large audience or a group that discusses those topics, but I just think it's very interesting and something that I don't hear about a lot.
Me very well. Yeah. I didn't need him. I didn't need his love to be loved and lovable, because I felt like I did. I didn't need his words, even though they were so great and kind to me. I didn't need those words to believe those about myself.
Yeah.
So it was, what's interesting is in December, leading into, for about 2 months before Dave passed.
Yeah.
The me that he and I were friends, and he was a wonderful friend. We were great friends. But it was me crying every day. And what I would say is I know I'm bawling every call. I was on the phone with my financial guy. I was on the phone because I knew I was taking the biggest leap of my life. And after I had this date, after my communities ended in March, and I had to go through all these things in my mind, like, okay, if I do, I was living across the street in a 1,400 square foot home with 4 kids. We were piled in one room like puppies, and I had no money in the bank 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And I was happy as a clam.
Yeah.
So guess what? I can do that again. And I didn't have any businesses set up then.
Yeah.
Right. Chris and I had just divorced. I had nothing.
Yeah.
And so in my mind, I'm like, worst case scenario, right? I will have everything.
Yeah.
Even if I have nothing. But there were tears, and it was tears because it was like, and I would tell Dave and my friends, I would say, I know I look like a wreck, but I'm in the best place I've ever been in because I'm going through the pain with purpose now. Like, it was like, I knew where I was going, and it was like, this is the workout that I needed to do.
Didn't you launch an app in this time? Aren't you still promoting that? And like on her fucking Instagram right now, she's got like pictures of like before and after photos of this woman who lost weight in my community. Like, I don't think she's given it all up as she so claims. She's still clinging, at least slightly. I don't think it's successful necessarily, but she's still trying to do something. I don't think she's just home as a mom. Like, this podcast is an example. I think she hopes that this turns into something at some point, I would imagine.
Oh, to get from here to there.
It's the vision.
It was me.
It's the vision that you knew where you were going. So now you can leave the old ways.
Well, you know who was being reborn? Heidi Lane.
Heidi Lane.
I would say December on. It was like I was birthing, and it was the pain of labor. I was birthing Heidi Lane, who is the real me. And I was
You are your own mother as well. Interesting. I was birthing me via cesarean. Like, I don't know. I was cutting myself open and cracking the light to be seen. I also died, but then I was reborn and birthed myself. I am my own birth canal. Okay. Seek help now.
shedding. I was making the conscious choice to shed and it was so painful. It was like, okay, wait. Oh, I think I'm this person and this gives me value. Rip it off. And I just cry. Oh, I think I'm this and I need this. Rip it off. Okay, wait, I think I need this. Okay, what are all of the things I think that I need? Let me rip them off.
One example.
Yeah. And it was just like cry. I mean, my attorney heard me cry. Everyone. I was crying all over the place. And it was, I would always say, this is the most beautiful my life has felt. And it doesn't make any sense. Right. And another thing I was shedding in that time was Heidi Powell. right? And I haven't changed it everywhere. It's going to be a process. But the reality is, my name is not Heidi Powell. It never has been Heidi Powell.
What?
I kept it Heidi Lane when Chris and I got married because my 2 older kids who were from a previous marriage were sad when I was having Cash because they were like, you guys we're going to be Solomons. You all are going to be Powells. And I, in that moment, said, no, you're going to be Solomons. Chris and the baby are going to be.
No, I'm going to be my own name. I'm not going to be associated with you at all. So legally in the government, she went by Lane. Okay, who gives a shit? On your TV show, which had more eyeballs, to be fair, than your license, you went by Powell. So I think the sentiment does not matter personally.
Powell, and I'm going to be Heidi Lane. So I made that choice for inclusion. Like, we are the most beautiful blended family.
Inclusion.
Yeah. And so I've always been Heidi
Diversity
Lane
hire.
because of how I got brought into the public eye was through Chris.
Yeah.
It became Heidi Powell. And in divorce, I remember Chris saying, are you going to shed your name?
Yeah.
Why don't you go to Heidi Lane? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Why? Because what if I'm not enough if I'm Heidi Lane is what I thought.
Yeah.
Like, what
Wait,
if
I thought you were always Heidi Lane. I thought you were never Heidi Powell. How can you shed E a name that you never had? I'm so confused.
people know the real?
It's just like self-help math. You have to subtract the name that you've never had to become the person you always were. What? And then multiply that by 10. And then make 1% change every day. And then look at yourself holistically, 360. But then switch your life 180. And then divide yourself between your past and present, but never think of the future except when you're vision casting, and always be present though. And always, honor your past, but don't dwell. And then plunge into an ice bath. And then just following those 10 and a half simple steps 40 times a day, you will be healed.
Me is just Heidi Lane. Like, they're not going to recognize me. They're not going to love me. Like, Heidi Powell had built some clout or some credibility, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And Heidi Lane wouldn't be enough is what I thought. And the reality is, as Heidi Lane, as I was shedding those layers of Heidi Powell, I realized that it does not matter.
Yeah.
If the world doesn't think Heidi Lane is enough, because I am enough, period. Like, I am enough, period.
Yeah.
And I am Heidi Lane.
Yeah.
And I also don't care right now about being anything in the world.
Heidi
like, for
Parkway.
once in my life, like, I think all I really
Street.
care about is healing me. And healing's going to be forever for all of us.
Yeah.
I don't want that to be like you guys to be like, no, we all have healing
Heidi
to
Drive.
do. I care about healing me first, and then using the gifts and the talents that I thought God gave me for the world, using those in my home, because my kids are the most important kids, or the most important humans next to myself.
Yeah.
My kids are the most important. So why would I not use my gifts and talents to first raise my kids?
Yeah.
First teach me, then raise my kids. And like this podcast, I mean, if some of this spills over to you, I love it. But the reality is, I'm doing this podcast for me. I told you this.
Yeah.
I might be the only.
You should also do this exact thing with a licensed professional off camera for you. And that would probably be better for everybody. Just a thought.
Person, but I'm doing this for me.
Yeah.
And I believe that by me being me, God will put this in the hands and the ears of whoever's meant to hear it.
And how can it not? Because vulnerability and truth unlocks other people's ability to be vulnerable and to sit with truth. And the more you stand in your light, it awakens everyone else's light.
Thank you.
I actually feel like sometimes when I see someone being vulnerable, like near me in real life, it makes me the opposite effect happens. Sometimes it does open the door to be vulnerable as well. But sometimes I'm like, ooh, I gotta be supportive. I don't need to be vulnerable myself here because they need someone to be helping them. So maybe true sometimes, maybe true some not times. No nuance allowed.
Obviously, it's going to go out and change millions of lives, but it's like,
maybe it's not.
And maybe it's not.
And that's okay.
This is like our text thread this week. You can do that or you don't have to. You can love this, you don't have to. Like it's the free fall. It's the free fall. And you're in the free fall, and you're in the free fall powerfully.
Yeah. I actually am.
Yeah.
I think this is the first time in my life I can say I'm in it powerfully. And I do want to.
She's powerful, not powerful.
This all started with a question. How are you doing?
Yeah.
What's interesting is as of February 11th, there was one thing.
That's the day Dave died.
Two things I had not yet shed. And it was filters. We all know that, right? Which I have since shed. And I was really, Dave and I still relied on each other.
Yeah.
Right. And it was like in this place to have him tell me I was enough and I was doing what was right, gave me the confidence. And then it was like, him passing. I'm not saying it was for me because it wasn't.
Thank God.
But I think in life, we can look at things that happen as things that happen to us or things that happen for us.
Yeah.
So I've tried to make the hardest
one more time
thing I've ever been through. No exception to that rule.
Yeah.
And how can I look at this tragedy as something that's happening for all of us?
Oh my God. I'll give her credit that she said, okay, I'm not saying this, he died for me, but I'm going to say we all benefited from it is what she's saying here, which is so fucking horrifying and terrible. Like, I really am a big proponent of like, let things just be bad. Let them just be bad. They don't have to be lessons. You might have from that experience grown, but that still doesn't mean that event was good for you necessarily. I feel like both can be true. You could have changed and evolved after the event, or that was a catalyst, and also it being a horrible event. I don't think you have to be one or the other, or look at the bright side. Like, you can be, both can sit there and exist. But I feel like when you do try to like say it was good, it makes it feel like the death was less horrific. Any death, any person dying makes it seem like, oh, well, I guess it wasn't that big of a deal. It's like, this is a person's life, a human being's life. Thank you, part-time jujitsu. Thank you so much. Part-time jujitsu. People having to heal forever equals recurring revenue. Yeah. Never stop, never being okay. Never stop healing forever. And that's why I drive a Toyota Highlander. I will never show you it, and I will always be healing within it. I put essential oils in it, and it smells delicious. That's a throwback to an earlier time of the stream. If you've made it this far, welcome. Thank you for sticking around.
The knife stabbing pain in my eyes went away.
When I saw all of you here in the chat. And also,
she looks scary.
Who? I don't know.
These memes are aggressive.
And also?
Silly, dumb, incapable.
That's my inner voice. Thank you, part-time jujitsu. All right. Back to it. We're almost done.
And there's something beautiful that happens when someone passes. And this happened with my dad. Suddenly their words and their love and their belief are heard for how they meant it. But what's interesting is when they're alive, you hear it, but you don't really hear it. So you listen, but you don't really hear it. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And I know how much he believed in me and how much he loved me.
Yeah.
And I kind of wrote it off as, oh, it's just because he loves me, he believes in me. And now I get to channel it in a way that is like no, he actually did. And why did he? Because he saw something in me that I couldn't see in myself. And usually a gift that I have for other people is I can see something in them that they can't see in themselves.
Yeah.
And so while his passing it really rocked my world.
Yeah.
It was such a beautiful reminder that the things that we think matter most usually don't matter at all. And the things that actually matter tend to be put on the back burner for someday.
This is another insight I have about this. It's like when you try to live a life so deep and so introspective all the time and so much about teaching the lessons of life and like being a mouthpiece of God, as Heidi said, or whatever she said, whoever said it, or being a vessel for healing others and all that. When you die, it's actually better than you living a normal, average life. And that is sad. I would like to live my life, and when I'm living it, be more beneficial to the world than, oh, it's better when I die. Now my words will resonate more with people. That to me is a sign of, oop, I'm not living that well. Perhaps. Maybe.
Yeah.
And someday doesn't always come.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had some really beautiful experiences with Dave right before he passed. And I had some beautiful experiences with him after he passed.
Yeah.
What?
And I'm so...
Excuse me? Excuse me, what? What does that mean? What in the goddamn world does that mean? I need to hear that again.
He passed.
Yeah.
And I mean, I had some really beautiful experiences with Dave right before he passed. And I had some beautiful experiences with him after he passed.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful for all of them. And I hate that he's not here. I hate that he's not here for me.
Give me an example of the afterlife experiences. I'm unfamiliar with that package. I'm unfamiliar with that life offering.
Me, I hate that he's not here for his kids and for his family. I hate that he's not here for everyone listening.
Yeah.
But
sucks.
I definitely feel held by him in a way that he couldn't have if he was here physically.
Yeah.
And I'm held by
Isn't that
God
so
now, right?
sad?
So I don't have that to lean back on. It's like now,
like you as a person is not enough. You as an idea is much better. That is so sad to me. Like, what she's saying is, I'm never enough. I never felt good enough. I never felt enough. I never felt enough. I never felt enough. Okay. Then she says, Dave could never be enough for me until he died. It's actually better. It's like, is anyone enough for you? Also, maybe look at that too. I don't know. Ugh, it just rubs me the wrong way.
I actually am me. It is me and God.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah. That's a hell of a year, Heidi.
Yeah. This is why I'm here. I should say this is how I landed here.
Yeah.
Isn't like the evolution of who we
Heidi
are?
Land.
Isn't it just crazy to like...
It's beautiful. You know, it's interesting because just now when we left your bedroom, I saw this image of you as the Heidi that we were friends with. Like we were,
like,
you know,
back when I was 23.
Yeah, we were just little, you know, running bunco groups and trying to figure our lives out.
Running bunco groups.
What's a bunco?
I'll tell that story maybe one day.
Yeah, the one fight we ever got in.
Because Heidi was 45 minutes late to my bunco group.
That's not surprising to anybody listening.
No,
because if we all know there's time,
yeah,
and then there's Heidi time.
Yeah, yeah. And that was the only time I've ever gotten mad at you for being late to my bunco group.
I know,
but it's fine. I forgive you. It's okay.
I'm sorry.
But I saw this picture of you upstairs.
Yeah,
bunco is apparently a game. We're actually going to learn one thing today. Okay, here it is. This is the one piece of knowledge you can all take home tonight. Bunco is a dice game with 12 or more players. Oh my God. Yeah, they must be Mormon back then. Bunko is a dice game with 12 or more players divided into groups of 4, trying to score points while taking turns rolling 3 dice in a series of 6 rounds. A bunko is achieved when a person rolls 3 of a kind and all 3 numbers match the round number, which is decided at the beginning of the round. Okay, well, there you go. That is a game that sounds super easy to understand. And there's also a man named Bill Bonko, who is a Canadian politician, unrelated to the game. Okay. So no wonder Kira was pissed. You have to have 12 people to play this game. Wow. That's a lot of people. I don't even know 12 people.
And I was like, oh, Heidi, I remember that version of you. And then what hit me was that version, that version of Heidi was like not in her body. She was kind of up here. And this version of Heidi is like, whew, like landed in her body.
Yeah.
And I just looked at you and I was like, wow, we've really come a long way. Gosh. And like you saying that you have come home to Heidi Lane, it's like, that's a visceral, like, in the body. It's so beautiful, Heidi.
Thank you. Thank you. I love it.
That's definitely going to be a pitch for an HGTV show. Coming home to Heidi Lane. Heidi Lane, former fitness expert turned DIYer, is making the most basic farmhouse chic pictures that all include the word love and hearts on it. On this episode, she will shiplap a house and be miserable while staring at the pool. Tune in at 5 p.m. Eastern Standard. Thank you to Rebecca J. Kelly. Thank you so much. Rebecca J. Kelly says, Heidi is going to need an extra arm day if she intends to hold that microphone for the long haul. Yeah. They both, that is hard. I can barely hold a pencil for that long. And that's a lot of effort. Like I think they could like the arms of the podcast, like of a microphone, are the cheapest asset. Like it's the cheapest accessory. The microphone itself is the expensive part. The arm is usually cheaper because you can get one that's like a musician's one. I mean, if they wanted to sit on the couch, they could do exactly the same thing, but have it set up like every other podcast. It feels like they want it to be casual, but I think it makes it more uncomfortable as time goes. It's got to be uncomfortable. Like, it's like, you know, yeah, your hands probably hurt by now.
Oh, okay.
Maybe that's like rushing them to get them through it. I don't know. I think it's supposed to be like, oh, we're just 2 gals hanging out, holding microphones up to our mouths like everyone does in their home. Anyways, thank you very much to Rebecca J. Kelly. I agree with you. Heidi's arms do look pretty jacked right now, so I will say maybe the microphone holding is working.
She's savage.
I've been an alpha female. Bold-faced lie. There's Colleen.
And finally,
they're going to be dropping some really powerful, amazing, life-changing shiz.
Thanks, Rebecca. Okay, back to
it.
Yeah.
I love it's peaceful.
Yeah.
Here, I think that's the best way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
There's so much peace. And I know one of the things that I've gotten a comment on, I don't bring this up to be like, oh, I'm glowing. No, but like I did a Q&A, and I will say one of the things I get a lot is this new you,
Mm-hmm.
is, and by new too, I made a commitment to myself, no more filters. It's another whole conversation for another day, but you will not. And there are people that are like, you're still using them. I have not used a freaking filter since I came back to social after Dave's death.
I find that so hard to believe. I think what her version of filter, or there's 2 levels. I think she still does level 1, which is like you take the picture, you do the video, and then you swipe over, and there's like a glow over the whole thing. There's like a softening of the whole thing. But what she was doing before, I think, is like the filters like on TikTok that it like changes your eyebrows and like puts makeup on your face and changes the shape of your bones. Like I think that's what she means. But to me, they're both filters. Like, you know, like one is obviously worse than the other. I think just like softening the image is fine. I don't care. Like, even if you want to change your bones, like, what do I really care? I think it's kind of weird if you're like, love yourself and then doing that. But, you know, I still think there's filters. Otherwise, she has the world's most porcelain skin. Like, in that case, share your routine. But I don't think that's what anyone's skin looks like in real life. So there must be some sort of, you know, filter on something.
Sometimes there's great lighting, but
you gotta love great lighting.
Yeah. But and I'll show, I have rings under my eyes. I have circles under my eyes. Sometimes whatever it is, I show who I am and I don't think about it anymore because I'm not here. I'm here. Thank you. Mm-hmm. And one of the comment or a handful of comments are like, this is the most,
sorry,
I don't want to call myself beautiful, but it's the most glowy or beautiful version of you. So we all have more beautiful versions. And at first I was like, are they just saying that to say that?
Yeah.
Because filters always make everything look more beautiful, we think, right? But the reality is what I think we are seeing as beautiful is truth. Because truth is beautiful.
Yeah.
And authenticity is beautiful. And for me, I feel beautiful and it has nothing at all to do with my face or my body. None. And I feel so beautiful on my inside because I am no longer hiding anything. Like I'm not hiding my face with a filter. I'm not hiding my insecurities with business. I'm not hiding. I am me.
Yeah.
And you can take it or leave it. Anyone can take it or leave it, right?
Yeah.
But I take me.
If you say
and
so.
Wait, I think this is for a different episode. We'll leave that for later.
Yes,
I love
do.
that.
Yeah. And I think that's just I know when I think of the women who I am drawn to, humans, I'm not even going to say women, but the people who I'm most drawn to. And sometimes you're like, wait, but why am I even drawn to them? Why are they so beautiful? And you are one of these people. You need to know this. You are just magnetic.
Because she has white clothes, tannish, skin with very stark white hair. She looks like she's got something mysterious to say. And then when you talk to her, I think she's got blue eyes, I believe. I can't see her now, but like piercing eyes. And then when you talk to her, she's like, I'm getting downloads from God. And you're like, wow, what a mysterious and interesting entity. She looks like a person from a sci-fi movie. In the future is the vibe I get from her. Like she is like Ellen DeGeneres adjacent in a sci-fi universe. Okay, let me shut up. I'm sorry.
And the reason why you are magnetic to me and to so many people is because you show up in your truth every day. And I think if more people trusted that their truth, their realness, their raw, their authenticity, their skeletons even, right?
Like
if we can just peel back the layers and let them come out, let them see light. It's like that.
Everyone let your skeleton out. Come on, girls. Release your skeletons to the world.
Wound deep down that is like becoming more and more infected over time because we're hiding it.
Yeah.
The wound would be able to be cleaned out and to breathe and to heal.
Yeah.
And also the beauty that would kind of grow from that new soil.
Yeah.
It's a thing we don't even know until we try.
So here's what I'm hearing is that
tell me
when you had filters on, it's beautiful to the eyes, right? Like I told you, I've done one filter and I was like, oh, hell no.
Yeah.
If I ever see myself in a filter again, I will never want to see myself I was so beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah. Like you were like Kim Kardashian. You're like,
who is that? Damn, she's beautiful. Then I was like, oh, let's go back to real. It's fine. But here's what I saw was that imagine a plate on your table and it's filled with just the most gorgeous fruit and you're like, oh, it's so gorgeous. Then you go and you bite it and it's the rubber.
Oh yeah.
Or it's the platter and it's all real fruit.
That might not be as pretty
and
to the eye.
Yes. But it's like, oh, right. And so what you were saying, what I'm hearing is that when people saw a filter, it was like, oh, yes. But there was an energy that couldn't connect.
When they bit me in the streets, I tasted bitter. They thought I was going to be a delicious marshmallow flavor based on my filtered, flawless skin. And in reality, I am filled with blood and guts. So therefore, joke's on you, zombie person. Okay.
To them, to you. And now that you're just like all Heidi Lane.
Yeah.
It's like, fruit.
Yeah.
And it's like
there's sustenance. It's the difference between a binky and a bottle with milk in it.
Yes. Oh, yes.
I'm a bottle with milk in it.
You are. Now
lots of colostrum.
Now it's nourishing you.
And strengthening our body into a stick of the weenie.
It's like nourishing.
It is.
What? That was a lot to take in. I am a bottle of breast milk, not a binky. This analogy needs work. Workshop this, ladies. Workshop it. Go to the other white room in the house and workshop this before.
The glow is that what you're giving is like, it's nourishing people.
Thank you.
And that's what I'm so pumped for this. Can we edit that out?
Me too. Nope. No, we can't.
Let's see if I can come up with a better.
There were definitely edits in this episode, though. They're like, this is non-edited. No, there has been cuts. Let's be real.
Better sentence. I want to honor you.
You're jazzed.
So jazzed about this. No, I want to let me get into the channel, Keya.
Yeah.
I just want to honor you though, because to release Heidi Powell, that took a hell of a lot of strength.
Yeah.
A lot of courage.
Yeah.
And a lot of faith.
Yeah.
And now it's like a deep breath of fresh air.
It is.
Yeah. And I am pumped for you.
It's like smelling a fart versus smelling a rose. Unless you see a butt in the area, is it a butt or a bud? Yes. You're either going to get a breath of fresh air or you're going to get a big stinky fart. And you don't know unless it's a T or the D. Am I right, ladies? Ow! Whoa. What? Yes. Straight fire.
This is gold, straight up.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. How long did we go? How long was that? 20 minutes?
Wait, we're not done yet. We're not.
Hour 17.
Hey, okay. So, all right, this is what we're gonna do.
Okay.
I want you to drop in your heart.
Okay.
I want you to listen to what's the message from today's episode that you want to leave everyone with.
I need to be in therapy.
We're gonna sprinkle
tomorrow.
Heidi Lane's golden dust into everybody's ears who are listening.
Seek mental health treatment. It's not a stigma that we should be caring about. Just do it. It's okay. You'll make it. It's not a big deal. You'll feel so much better.
I think it's so simple and we said it, but I think the clearest, most powerful message today to everybody listening, and I'm speaking to myself too. Let me just say it for me.
Okay.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
My most beautiful version of me is the truest, most authentic version of me. And now I'm going to take that and give it to the world.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Your most beautiful version of you is your truth. It's your authentic self.
That we were doing hands on hearts.
It's actually the parts of you that you think nobody would love you if they saw. I think if we all, little by little, right, can start to play around with a thing called vulnerability, which is opening ourselves up. Yes, when we are vulnerable, by definition, we open ourselves up for attack, right? We open ourselves up to get hurt. But also, it is the only way to receive and to give love the way that we deserve. And I realized that I've never given anyone in my life the real ability to love all of me, as long as filters of any kind or roles that tell me that I'm valuable, as long as those exist, right?
This doesn't have coherent
And
threads.
same with you, same with whoever's listening. We don't even know if anyone can or can't love who we really are, because we've never given anyone the opportunity to. And the freedom that comes from being vulnerable, the freedom that comes from opening up and showing all of who you are, suddenly transcends the idea of anyone loving you back, because suddenly you love who you are and you realize that's all that matters. And God, right? So
She looked away like I'm looking away, like, like I don't, that went on for way too long. The beginning did not match with the middle. None of it was actually like structurally sound. That didn't mean anything.
you and God.
Yeah.
I think it's self-acceptance.
Yeah.
That's a big thing.
Goes back to that beautiful quote you wrote. Should we finish on that
I think
again?
we should finish with
I think
that. Let's read
do
it.
you want to read
Let's
it?
read it. Yeah,
Let's have you
let's
read
do
it.
that.
Can
Okay.
you read my handwriting?
For the
Yep.
first time.
All right. So quote from my Insta.
Quote from
It
my
is
Insta.
self-acceptance. I was talking about self-acceptance. I don't remember what was right before it, but it's accepting all of the dark and the light, the good and the bad, making peace with it, and finally allowing others to see and love all of us for who we truly are.
Mind-blowing, mind-numbing, some may say.
There you go.
So that's my wish, my hope for anyone listening right now.
I wish
Thanks for
you.
having this conversation with me.
It's always a good time.
Yeah. And to everybody listening, thanks for being here with us. I hope you felt what you needed to feel in this. I hope you saw
I did.
parts of you in either mine or Kira's story. But I hope you felt seen, loved, heard enough, and beautiful exactly as you are. I love you guys.
Rock on! Heidi Powell's in the lane on the street. She got a drain.
Welcome to the
membrane.
Huberman Lab podcast.
No, I refuse to listen to this guy. Sorry.
Yeah.
I refuse to listen to Dr. Huberman. I gave him a chance and he was boring. Sorry. You can't force me. You can't force me to listen. 'Cause I'm out here spitting. 'Cause I'm a rapper. Okay. I'm about to wrap it up. 'Cause it's Friday night and I got so many plans. It's Friday night and I gotta go to the club right now. Psych. I gotta heat up my chicken that I've been eating in the same dish for 4 days. That's authenticity, baby. I gotta eat some Brussels sprouts 'cause I feel like I need to be healthier. And I got to put the food from the grocery store into my mouth, or else I'm gonna be mad at myself that I'm not sticking to the budget. Because I want to go out to Chick-fil-A every day, and that's not good for you or me. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's end our stream with another meditation. I'm so happy with this one. This is so fun. This is a new sound for me. As we wrap up today's stream, I want you to remember that we are all carrying the largest loads of varying size. And you never know what the guy next to you on the bus, on the subway, on the highway of life's load may look like. And maybe you're driving in a Toyota Highlander. Maybe not. Because no one's actually ever seen one before in a commercial. Maybe, just like the Toyota Highlander, now available at your local Toyota dealership, life is simply a mystery. It takes us from place A to place B, but do we really know where we're going? I want you to think about that. Ponder that as we recite the Pledge of Allegiance to this channel and dedicate your entire life and savings to making sure that this channel never goes away. I promise to spend 10% of my income in the Keya's World universe, and that will make me happy. I want you all to put that affirmation on a post-it note in your mirror and repeat it daily, and then live the life that it guides you to live. I do not benefit from this. This is simply a selfless act. A servant leader, I am. And in the words of Matthew McConaughey, our Lord and Savior, all right, all right, all right. Peace. I'm rooting for you. I'm rooting for you, rock star. I love you. I love you so much. I love you guys so much. When I say that, I mean it because I know each and every one of you. I visited your souls and your skeletons. Your skeletons are seen by me. Goodbye. Thank you. And also?
Clear, clear, clear.
Woo! That was not me, guys. I was just the vessel for that information to come out. So, just take it, leave it, absorb it, plunge it into a pool of ice, whatever you gotta do. Sun it in your asshole. Consume it into your corneas. All of that is valid. Thank you, part-time jujitsu. That was strangely relaxing. What I have to say to that is,
This situation is a red flag.
everyone, if that was relaxing for you, you may be indoctrinated into the Keya's World cult. And I will say, save yourself now while there's still time.
Why does this sound cult every second?
Because it is. Because that is what this is. If you feel like this internally, it may be a sign that you need to cry. Like me. I'm crying right now. I am crying so many tears. I am crying harder than I've ever cried before. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate you spending this Friday with me so much. I really do. And I don't know, next week I should be back again sooner. I say this every week, but y'all, this has been a crazy week for me. Busy. I got work, full-time job. Who would have thunk? They want me there like all the time. They want me working all the time. I don't know what do they expect out of me? Full-time, employment? Pfft, come on, that's too much. So yeah, I've been a little taking the easy way out, sticking to Hollisville because it's what I know, it's what I love, it's my home. I've come home to it, And there has been a lot going on with the cancellation and Heidi's podcast, but I probably will move on to another topic finally for all of us, all of our sakes. One thing I've been following a little bit, which is totally a little bit off course somewhat, still related to Arizona. And actually, I think the town that Heidi lives in specifically. But have you been following this story where the family thinks that it's the end times? I mean, this is like happens all the time, but this is another family that has like gone into the mountains in Idaho and they're waiting it out, and they're like, the family members are like, we don't know what to do here. I've been following that story, and the people who like the mother and the daughter and like the people running this little, they're basically missing people, but they're all in a group together apparently. They got really involved in one of these gurus, these spiritual gurus that's been on the internet, Julie Rowe. I don't know much about her. I don't know anything about her really. I listened to a couple like videos about her today, but I think there's a bigger story here about indoctrination and about following these people online. It's very Teal Swan-esque. So I think maybe next week that might be something to explore. Some more of this like Lori Daybell type stuff. Lori Vallow. And kind of maybe explore like the darker side for a minute of like a mindset. Cause I look on Instagram and these, it's funny. Like I share a lot of funny to me things. I mean, it's like concerning mentally, these people who are like channeling and like, for example, okay, let me just show you something. I shared a couple things yesterday. It was like, this woman's like, oh, I'm dancing, but it's not me dancing, it's God. And it's like, okay, that seems on the surface fairly benign and like, she's just expressing herself, through dance. But at a certain point, these little things that we accept and go, okay, she's channeling messages from God. She's channeling her book. She's, being guided or whatever. Sometimes can go, sometimes that's just the top of the mountain, and the slippery slope is going down into, now I'm like going to escape into the Idaho, mountains. And I those are the stories I'm interested in too. Like when it goes wrong, like we're seeing a lot of people who are sort of playing in the field, in the quantum field of I've been chosen from God. But when that goes wrong, let's explore those times, because I feel like it always starts off slow. It's a slow drip for the most part. So yeah, that was my thoughts. The podcast, again, is coming out. The self-help book review podcast. And again, the first book most likely is going to be The Subtle Art of Not Giving a Freak by Mark Manson. And I've gotten a little farther into it. I have some negative thoughts now. At first last week, I said, I feel this book. And I still do. I like the book overall, but I think there are some points that will be a little bit on the negative side. A few. But overall, I think it's not the worst self-help book in the world. And if you read it, you wouldn't be worse off, most likely. That's my 2 cents for now, but we'll go much more into it. And I'm excited to reunite with Cam again on a more consistent basis. We still talk all the time in text, but like having a set time to talk, I think will be good for my mental health and hers hopefully too. And all of yours as well at home. And then you can hear us on a podcast. And if you want to watch us on video, you can, but you don't have to. And that might be the blessing you were hoping for today. Yes. So since I was in nap time before this stream started, I did not update the membership Pancake Breakfast Club members today. So if you have joined the membership since last week and you don't see your name, I apologize a million trillion times, and I'm sorry. And you should all feel that I am a dumbass. But I promise you I will add it to the list next week. And also I will put up the if you want to join the Reddit community post, and just put your username and I'll add you to the group so you can chat amongst each other and meet each other, because I think it's a little easier to be able to write and make posts and stuff as opposed to the YouTube platform thus far. If they update it, then we'll switch over there maybe. Also, I need to check the emotes real quick. because that's something I have totally neglected and have not. It became like we needed so many members to get a new one that I felt like defeated by it for a second. But we've had members come and go, so I want to see where we're at with that. So let me check real quick. And then maybe I just think we maybe need some new ones. I need a refresher. I miss making them and like getting those made and having it be part of the stream. So why do I can't remember. What the heck? Oh wait. Yes, here it is. So we need 23 more members to add another emote. That seems unlikely. Call 22 of your best friends and have them join. And it's any member. It's either Choose Sadness, which is a cheaper one, or the Pancake Breakfast Club to get the emote unlock. But I think I don't think we'll get there. That's quite a lot. So I think we might start swapping some and just have a rotation. So if you have ideas, I would love to hear them for emote ideas. Let's get that back in the rotation of what we're talking about. And then I'll add some more sound bites next time, and then we'll meet again next week. Okay. See ya. Goodbye. Oh. Oh yeah. We out here. Rebecca J. Kelly is an author. She writes words on some paper or scroll or etched into stone. I'm not sure, but I'm sure it's straight up gold. Oh! Casual pasta. So good. Your name. I've said all I have to say. Rainy Cannon. You know, when it's a rainy day outside and you're like, this is a canon event in my life, that's what your name represents. Every day is a canon day in a rainy canon way. You know what I'm saying? No. Because it's all nonsense at this point. Let's be honest. Everything that is said past 2 hours is semi-coherent. And that's how we like it. Baby Rupert's dad, you know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. Baby Rupert's dad said on the stream that he would take God's load any day. And I find that to be a wonderful sentiment. And very heroic of you. And brave. So brave. Thank you for being here. Dee Dee, I have to say it. Dee Dee Mega Doo Doo, still one of the saddest but funny clips that exist in news bloopers of all time. If you don't know what I'm talking about, I'll post it in the Reddit. And then everyone can see. But everyone's going to think I'm horrible because it's kind of a sad clip. But it is funny. Lillian Massey, what can I say about you? Lassie, are you from Scotland? Do they have EDM music in Scotland? I think so. I've been there once. To Edinburgh. Yeah. And I remember being at a club. And they did have some sort of EDM music. So, answer my own question. Thanks, Lillian. Heather DeMayo. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Heather DeMayo. What's our famous Heather? Heather Locklear. Are you related to Heather Locklear by chance? I know all the Heathers. Oh, the Heathers. That's a group, isn't it? Or a show or something? Are you a part of that? Let me know in the comments below. And have you been to Prince Edward Island yet? You need to go. There's a book named after you in that town. It's a really good book. It's a series, actually. Do I remember any of the plot? No. Is there a cartoon about it? Yes. On PBS. If you go back to the early 2000s, you'll find it. Joms, you're so funny and your comments are so fun. That's what I do every time. Every time your name comes up, I have to compliment your wit. And then I say it again the next week. And I say, I just have to tell you one more time. You're doing good. We're so proud of you. Your chat, you make the chat. You make the chat what it is, Joms. And that's saying something. And Lisa B. What about me? I make everything about me, Lisa B. So let me tell you a story about myself. So did you know that I am from Canada? Isn't that weird? That's sort of a mix of Austin Powers and sort of a mix of nothing. Heather Hope. Oh my gosh, there's so many names. I'm so blessed. Hashtag blessed. Thank you everyone for being here. It really means a lot. Heather Hope, you too. Heather Hope, you are specifically in the middle of this list, and that is the best place to be. The most important place, directly in the center of the screen. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And El Cholo's kid, you gotta hang out with Baby Rupert's dad. I think you guys could have a fun family together. Why not? It seems to be a family affair between you guys. So, let's make it happen. Not Jenna Cash, you were here in Flash. Replay gang. I know that's where you usually come and watch, and I appreciate that. Your dedication to this channel is unmatched. And forever, you will be the Lash Queen of LA. Starry Nights. I care about you. I care about your moon and your sun. And those things cannot function without the other, even though Heidi Powell would like us to think so. And that's what your name reminds me of. The moon that I can live without as a sun. So thank you. And Lindsay Walden. What can I say about Lindsay Walden? Lindsay is not related to Lindsay Lohan. Because we all know first names are not how relations work. Duh, me. That's me. What other Lindsays are there? They're famous. Lindsay Garrison. Who is that? I think that's someone on The Daily. Lindsay Garrison. I think she's a producer on The Daily, the New York Times podcast. It's worth a listen. And Tiffany, are you gonna have breakfast at your house? I know I said that last time or sometime before, but the joke still remains. That's a classic. I can say that joke as many times as the years since the movie has come out, and that gives me some runway. Care Soto, do you associate with Toto from Wizard of Oz? Toto was just missing and was stuck in a dream world, and he needed his mom to put him in a basket and tap her shoes to come home. Does that resonate? That's a sign. That's a channel that I just gave you from the divine. Crystal G, here's also another divinely channeled message for you. You are a pearl and a clam, but you are not an oyster, ma'am. So please leave this restaurant and pay us our fee, because you are annoying me. That's a poem that I wrote for you and you alone. Alaska Blood Tundra. Alaska is a state, and I thought that it took 12 hours to fly from Seattle to Alaska, and I thought that for many, many years. Someone told me that one time, and I just believed it. I was like, oh, the maps are wrong, or the maps make it seem like it's much closer, but it's actually a really far flight. In reality, it's a 3-hour flight. I just looked it up, And now that information has been updated in my brain. So thank you for reminding me of that by having your name. And Chels Marie, life ain't free. You can't get a free lunch. Free lunch doesn't exist. There's always a timeshare offer involved. Doesn't that suck? Doesn't that just stink? You know what I'm talking about, Chels Marie. And A Console, thank you for joining today. I appreciate your comments throughout. Your insights are unmatched. 10 out of 10. Would recommend. The best in the world. I will defend. And Nicole Campbell, I wanna slurp a bowl of soup with you. Campbell's soup. Chicken for the soul. Makes me wanna go and bowling. And Cheech, I'm not gonna reset the song because we'll be here for another hour. But Cheech, you are last on. Actually, I was at the zoo recently in Birmingham, Alabama, and that was that wedding I was at. And they had turtles, 2 turtles named Cheech and Chong, and I did think of you when staring at the turtle named Cheech. I was like, I've heard of that. I have a person on my list. Person in the Pancake Breakfast Club named Cheech. I wonder if they're related. If you're related to a turtle, let me know in the comments below. Okay. Thank you, everybody. Peace out. Goodbye.